My child, stop what you're doing. I need you to see this right now. Not later. Not when it's convenient. Now. Because what I'm about to show you is more than revelation. It's a divine interruption. I've been waiting for this moment with you. I've moved people, timelines, and even heaven's rhythm to orchestrate this encounter. So don't blink. Don't scroll. Don't silence what I'm stirring. Every second you stay is a step into what's been hidden, buried, delayed, or denied. And if you dare to listen all the way through, you will know. This is not just a message. It's a moment marked for you. I'm unfolding something that will demand your attention, shift your posture, and call your spirit out of hiding. You've asked me for answers. Here they come. Stay until the final word, because the one you've been waiting for might be the one I whisper at the end. My beloved, do not rush past this moment. I have pulled you aside from the rhythm of your day, the noise of your thoughts, the pull of your distractions, not because I want something from you, but because I am giving you something so sacred, it cannot be delayed another breath. Listen to me. I am the God who formed you in the secret, who called you by name before any voice in this world ever spoke it. And right now, I need your full attention, not because I am distant, but because I am dangerously near. I need you to stop scrolling through life like this is just another word, just another moment. This is not another whisper in the wind. This is a divine alarm in the spirit. This is heaven's heartbeat colliding with yours. My eyes are on you. Not generally, not conceptually. You. Personally. Specifically. Individually. The very breath you are taking as you read this has been synchronized with a divine download I've been holding in my hand, waiting for your spirit to come into alignment with what's about to be revealed. Your name has been on my lips in the throne room. The angels have heard it echo in the halls of glory. And now, child, now, at this very hour, it is time for you to see what has been written for you before time ever began. You have no idea the weight this moment carries. While you were questioning your worth, I was engraving your name on assignments of eternal value. While you were trying to shake the numbness off your soul, I was preparing an unveiling that only your spirit could carry. And now I am speaking not from a distance but from the center of your atmosphere. I am standing closer than the next thought about to form in your mind, and I need you to hear me like never before. I'm not here to give you another comforting phrase. I'm here to pull back the veil that life's distractions tried to lay over your eyes. You've been moving through hours with your heart half awake, surviving in a fog of routine. But I'm telling you, wake up, child. This is your moment. The one where eternity touches time. The one where what I ordained before your birth begins to manifest in front of your eyes. No more delay. No more detour. No more telling yourself maybe someday. I am saying now. This moment carries what I've been saving. And the reason I am delivering it personally is because no one else can steward the weight of what I'm placing in your spirit. You are not forgotten. You are not disqualified. You are not late. You are right on time for the encounter I orchestrated before the foundations of the earth. So stop everything else. Clear the room of your doubts. Make space. Because heaven is leaning in, and what I need you to see right now cannot wait another second. My precious child, listen to me, not just with your ears, but with your soul stretched wide. You've walked through days draped in dullness, not because you lacked vision, but because the fog of survival wrapped itself around your clarity like a thief in the night. You learned how to function, how to move forward one weary step at a time, not because you saw the way, but because you had no other choice. You adapted. You adjusted. You endured. But beloved, surviving is not seeing. And I never called you to a life of barely breathing through blessings. I created you to walk with wonder, to behold what I've prepared, to gaze upon glory with eyes that burn with belief. You've been walking like a warrior with your eyes shut tight, not out of defiance, but because the weight on your back became heavier than the hope in your chest. But I, the God of all vision, am here to take your face in my hands, to tilt your head toward heaven, and to remove the blindfold that hardship placed over your destiny. This blindfold, this fabric of fatigue and fear, was not made by me. It was stitched by the patterns of pressure, by the threads of trauma, by the repetition of rejection that told you it was safer not to hope. But child, I'm not afraid of what blinded you. I am the light that pierces darkness, the fire that consumes shadows, the wind that blows apart the veil. Today I speak not with suggestion but with sacred force. See again. Not through the lens of what hurt you, but through the eyes I handcrafted for you. Eyes made for beauty, not just battle. You thought the fog would never lift, that the gray would be your forever hue, but I have come to shift the sky over your life. This isn't imagination. This is impartation. I'm not restoring your natural sight. I'm upgrading your spiritual perception. You will now perceive me even when the scene around you hasn't yet changed. The fog was not your future. It was only the prelude to my presence breaking in like sunlight cracking through storm clouds. Let me be clear, child. The blindfold was not proof that you failed. It was evidence that you were still moving even without clarity. And for that, heaven honors you. But I didn't call you to stay in survival mode. I didn't send my spirit so you could simply cope. I came so you could carry revelation. Survival taught you how to stand. Yes. But now I will teach you how to soar. You don't need to earn this unveiling. You simply need to trust me as I remove what no longer belongs. As I tug away the cloth from your eyes, don't flinch. Don't fear the light. What once felt like exposure is now encounter. What once triggered shame will now unlock strategy. This is not the moment of embarrassment. This is the moment of empowerment. I'm restoring your original sight, the one I crafted before pain distorted your lens. No more shadow living, no more dull dreaming, no more shrinking your vision to fit what's familiar. I've come to ignite your gaze with glory. Let your vision stretch again. Let it reach for what your logic says is impossible. Let it tremble with wonder. I've got blueprints I've been waiting to show you. There are doors you've stood in front of, afraid to knock, because you thought you needed to see clearly before you could move. But I'm telling you this now, vision follows obedience. I don't reveal everything before you say yes. I show you enough to move, and as you walk, I release the rest. Child, the fog isn't your home. It was the cover that protected your preparation. And now, it's lifting. Not slowly, not gradually, but like a curtain pulled back at the rise of a divine performance, and the spotlight is on you. The audience is not people. It's angels. It's heaven. And they are holding their breath, waiting for you to see what I'm showing you now. You don't need to fabricate focus. You only need to yield to the unveiling. And I promise you this, once you see what's ahead, you'll never settle for blindness again. Child, stop everything. I need you to understand that this moment, this exact breath, is not just inspiration. It's invasion. A divine interruption in the rhythm of your life. You've been moving through time as though the next moment will be just like the last. But I have stepped into rupture that rhythm with revelation. This is not the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. This is the trumpet blast of heaven shaking your soul awake. I did not send this moment as a gentle suggestion. I sent it as a supernatural summons. All of heaven has leaned in, and you're nay with a cause. I didn't send an angel to call you. I didn't dispatch a prophet to remind you. I, the Almighty, said your name aloud, and when I did, atmospheres shifted, timelines realigned, and the spiritual realm erupted in preparation. Let that sink in, beloved. Your name caused heaven to shift gears. While others have forgotten you, I have not only remembered. You are etched into my eternal memory with fire, not ink. You are not lost in the crowd. You are not one among many. You are one for whom I interrupt the pattern of everything else. And this interruption isn't random. It's righteous. It's holy. It's the climax I wrote into your story long before you knew you were in one. You've been moving on autopilot, waiting for someone to notice, waiting for permission to stop, to breathe, to ask, is this really all there is? But I didn't wait for you to figure it out. I stepped in. And now I'm calling it what it is, a holy eruption. A kind of eruption that doesn't destroy but delivers. It breaks open the tomb and calls forth what has been buried too long. This is not gentle. This is glorious. This is not symbolic. It's seismic. Don't treat it like another motivation. This isn't a nudge. It's a divine jolt. My voice is not echoing in hope you'll respond. It's thundering because I know what's locked inside you, and it cannot remain dormant any longer. You've been walking with latent glory, with callings unawakened, with promises cocooned in your chest, and now I am igniting them. Not next week. Not when you feel worthy. Now, you don't have to be ready. You just have to be willing. Because when I call, I also equip. When I erupt in your timeline, I also release strategy for the days to come. This eruption is not chaos, it's kingdom alignment. It's your spirit being reintroduced to the sound of my authority. And child, listen to me. I don't call your name casually. I don't speak because I'm bored or waiting to be needed. I speak because I've seen the hourglass of your life, and I know this is the moment where everything shifts. Don't minimize this interruption. Don't silence the urgency. Let it shake you awake. Let it grout your thoughts. Let it burn away every version of yourself that wasn't authored by my hand. Heaven has leaned in. The angels are watching. The Spirit is stirring. Your timeline is no longer what it used to be. This is the divine detour, the sacred sidetrack, the ordained ambush of love that will not let you coast into comfort. I will not let you sleep through your assignment. I will not let you drown in delay. I have spoken your name aloud, and all of eternity has turned to listen. Now it's your turn to respond. My beloved, have you noticed it? That invisible tension sitting just beneath your skin. That ache in the atmosphere, the unshakable sense that something is changing, even though your world still looks the same. You've been calling it stress, fatigue, maybe even anxiety, but I call it something else entirely. Divine pressure. Not the pressure that crushes, but the kind that creates. Like the pressure that turns coal into diamonds. Like the tension in the womb before birth. That ache you've been feeling, that pressure you can't quite name, is not your enemy. It's your evidence. It's proof that I've already begun what you've been praying for. This discomfort isn't chaos, it's contraction. It's the squeezing of time into alignment with destiny. I've placed something sacred in motion, and your spirit has begun to feel the vibration before your mind can comprehend it. You're not falling apart, child. You're falling into formation. You see, my timing doesn't always tap you on the shoulder politely. Sometimes it rumbles through your spirit like thunder rolling through dry land. Sometimes it feels like unrest, like a holy itch under your skin, like you're standing in a room where the air is shifting, but no one else seems to notice. That's because I'm not talking to everyone right now. I'm talking to you. I've initiated a movement, not around you, but in you. And your spirit has recognized my signature, even if your emotions haven't caught up yet. I've already set the gears of heaven turning on your behalf. The wheels are in motion. The process has begun. And this pressure is not random. It is purposeful. It is me pulling you out of numbness, out of stagnation, out of a season that tried to seduce you into stillness. You were never meant to settle here. And that ache you feel, it's the cry of your calling demanding room to grow. Let me be even more clear. This pressure is not punishment. It is permission. Permission to move. Permission to break patterns. Permission to dream again beyond your disappointment. I allowed the tension to build because pressure is the language of pending breakthrough. I had to stir your spirit because comfort was slowly muting your discernment. You were starting to forget how to recognize my nudges. So I turned up the pressure, not to punish you, but to promote you. I caused the ground to tremble under your expectations so I could replace them with revelation. You didn't miss the sign. You are the sign. You are the shift. What you've been waiting on is actually waiting on your agreement, your awareness, your obedience. The atmosphere has already responded to my word over your life. Now I need your heart to catch up to what I've been cultivating behind the curtain. So don't resist the ache. Don't despise the tension. I'm using the discomfort to dislodge you from what's too small, too familiar, too temporary. I'm stretching you, not because I'm cruel, but because I'm creating capacity for what's coming. I couldn't release it until your spirit had enough room to hold it. And that's why the pressure increased. That's why the old patterns stopped working. That's why what once satisfied now stings. Because I'm pushing you into prophetic posture. And that posture is this: eyes wide open, hands unclenched, heart surrendered. You don't need to understand it all right now. You just need to feel the shift and follow the signal. Trust me, the ache will make sense soon. But for now, just know this: I placed it there on purpose. It's not your anxiety. It's my announcement. And I will not let it go silent until you rise into what I've already set in motion for your life. My precious one, lean in closer. This next part can't be processed through intellect or analyzed through reason. What I'm about to show you will not follow formulas or match your history. That's why I need you to stop depending on sight and start living by spiritual sensitivity. What I'm preparing will look like your past. It won't make sense to those around you. In fact, it may look backwards at first, like a step down, a letdown, or even a misstep. But don't trust appearances. Trust my anointing. I am weaving a divine contradiction, a beautiful collision of unseen purpose and undeniable power. And if you try to understand it through logic, you'll talk yourself out of it before it ever begins. This is not a path you walk with your eyes. It's one you walk with your heart. You'll need discernment, not data. Revelation, not reassurance. You must stop asking for confirmation through comfort. What I'm doing won't always feel comfortable, but it will be holy. Let me say this even louder. If you try to explain it to people who are not meant to carry it, they will talk you out of what I whispered into your spirit. Not everyone will understand. Not everyone is meant to. This calling, this next step, this divine move is customized to the frequency of your obedience. That's why it feels so strange, because it's sacred. It doesn't fit into the categories that the world gave you. It doesn't look like success on paper. but it looks like surrender. It smells like faith. It feels like me. So stop trying to trace my movements with natural eyes. I move in the unseen. I whisper in the silence. I make paths where there are no roads. And I need you to stop relying on what you see and start trusting what you sense. I've been stirring your spirit for a reason. And that reason is because what's ahead won't come with labels. It will come with leading. I need you to see it, child. See beyond the spreadsheet. Beyond the timeline. Beyond the voices of others who speak from their own filters, their own fears. Let me be your lens again. Let me adjust your perception until you begin to call the invisible inevitable. You've been asking for direction, but what I want to give you is divine clarity. And clarity comes not from explanation, but from encounter. You need more than answers. You need alignment. You need to be so deeply in tune with me that even the unknown feels familiar because it bears my fragrance. I want you to begin walking like one who knows they are being led, not by formulas or feelings, but by faith so strong that even the dark becomes direction. So let go of the logic that has kept you safe. Let go of the proof you've been waiting for. I am your evidence. My voice is your compass. My peace is your green light. I'm not asking you to leap blind. I'm asking you to walk boldly in what you've already felt in your spirit. Because I've been talking to you, haven't I? In those still moments, in that holy hesitation, in the quiet discontent that told you there had to be more. That was me, pulling you out of seeing with your eyes and into perceiving with your heart. This isn't fantasy. This is faith, and I will not fail you. Not now. Not ever. The revelation will come in waves. And when it does, you'll look back and realize the reason it didn't make sense in the natural was because it was never meant to. It was meant to move mountains. And those mountains are about to crumble. My beloved child, I have heard you. Every whispered prayer, every silent scream wrapped in the corners of your pillow. Every time you looked up and said, Lord, just give me a sign. Just one indication that you're still with me. You thought I was being quiet. You mistook my silence as absence. But I was never ignoring you. I was preparing the moment where everything would align so divinely, so unmistakably, that you would know, not think, not hope, not guess, but know that I have been moving all along. And child, this right here, this word, this timing, this interruption, this is that moment. The one you prayed for in the night. The one you wept for when no one else knew. This is the moment where heaven and earth collide around your name. Not as a concept, not as comfort, but as confirmation with a crown. You've been walking with 1,000 questions dangling over your head like unspoken sentences. You asked me if you missed it, if you failed, if you were forgotten. You watched others receive their breakthroughs and wondered if I skipped you in the crowd. But I need you to hear me clearly. I don't forget what I author. I don't abandon what I've anointed. And I don't play favorites. What I do is operate in fullness, not fragments. And when I move in such a way that even your deepest doubts must bow in reverence. This is why I waited for the right moment. Not because I was punishing you, but because I was perfecting what you asked for. A sign given too early becomes confusion. A promise released too soon becomes pressure. But now, yes now, the soil is ready. Your heart is ripe. And your spirit is awake enough to receive what I've been holding for you behind the curtain of my silence. This is not coincidence. This is choreography. This is me, weaving together every unanswered prayer, every ache, every delay, into a tapestry that only makes sense when you step back and see it with spiritual sight. You asked me to move, and now I am moving in ways that will make your past ping bow in the presence of present promise. You will not need to explain this to anyone. The evidence will be undeniable. My hand will be so heavy on this blessing that no one will be able to take credit for it. Not your connections, not your efforts, not your qualifications. I made it wait so that when it came, it would carry my fingerprint alone. And now, child, the sign has come. You don't have to keep looking outside for it. This is your sign. This is your moment. This is me, answering the ache that's lived under your ribcage like a secret for far too long. I didn't send thunder because I needed stillness to be your sanctuary. I didn't split the sky with lightning because I needed your heart to recognize my whisper in the quiet. But now, in this moment, I am no longer whispering. I am declaring. I am making this plain, loud, unavoidable. I'm moving you from wondering to witnessing, from asking for a sign to becoming one. You will walk into rooms that were once locked. You will hear your name spoken in places you never dared dream about. You will receive invitations that were never sent by men but were signed in heaven's ink. I'm not just proving I'm still moving. I'm proving I've never stopped. And I'm doing it not just with words but with wonders. Hold tight, child. Your confirmation has collided with manifestation, and nothing will ever be the same again. Child, I need you to take a deep breath. Right here. Right now. Not because I'm asking you to relax, but because I'm preparing you to receive something sacred. I see you, carrying the weight of emotions that rise and fall like waves you never learned how to swim through. I see the fear that wraps around your ankles like unseen ropes, convincing you that progress is impossible, that freedom is a fantasy. But I did not call you to sink beneath emotion or to freeze beneath fear. I called you to walk on water. I called you to rise above the waves, not by numbing your feelings, but by learning how to look through them. Because what you're feeling, child, is not always the full truth. Your feelings are real, but they are not always reliable. And what I'm doing now, what I'm stirring beneath the surface, is not subject to the storm in your chest. It's deeper. It's stronger. It's divine. You've been standing at the shore, waiting for permission to move forward. But I'm telling you now, it's time to step in. The breakthrough you're waiting on is not being held back. It's rising. It's bubbling beneath the surface like holy lava under pressure, ready to erupt not in destruction, but in divine demonstration. But here's what I need you to understand. If you focus on your feelings alone, you'll miss the faith signal I've placed just beyond them. You're scared because you can't see the full picture. You're overwhelmed because your natural senses were never built to perceive supernatural release. But child, hear me. There is something divine rising beneath your reality. Something sacred that does not bow to fear. Something eternal that is immune to anxiety. Your feelings do not cancel your breakthrough. Your fear cannot forfeit your favor. I'm doing this not because you feel brave, but because I've called you chosen. Let me put it to you like this. What's surfacing now is not your breakdown. It's your breakthrough. It may feel like everything is coming apart, but it's actually coming alive. Like seeds breaking open in the soil before they bloom, something is breaking open inside of you, and what's emerging will change everything. You can't stop it, because you didn't start it. I did. I authored this next move, and I sealed it with my breath. So even if your emotions try to sabotage your hope, I will not let them win. I will finish what I started. I will anchor what you can't hold. I will carry you when your feelings try to convince you that you failed. And here's the truth. You haven't failed. You failed. And I'm not disappointed by that. I'm not repelled by your fragility. I am magnetically drawn to it. Your trembling stillness is an altar to me, and I am filling that place with fire. So open your spirit wide. Look beyond what your eyes are saying. Feel beyond what your fear is screaming. Because just beneath the surface of your sorrow, I am stirring up joy. Beneath the noise of your nervousness, I am whispering direction. Beneath the shaking, I am solid. You are not standing on sand. You are standing on promise. You are not about to collapse. You are about to cross over. Let the waves rise, I walk on them. Let the fear scream, I silence it with my word. Let the feelings swirl, I hold your heart steady in the center of it all. Something divine is surfacing, not by force but by design, and it carries your breakthrough wrapped in glory. You will not miss it. You will not be bypassed. You will not be left behind, because what's coming is for you, and I've already begun. My beloved, the unseen has never been inactive. Just because you haven't seen the shift doesn't mean the shift hasn't started. You've walked through days where it felt like nothing changed, nothing broke, nothing moved. But while you thought heaven was silent, I was sending reinforcement. While your prayers seemed to hit ceilings, I was dispatching angels with divine instructions, not to spectate, but to shatter limitations that have long stood in the shadows of your life. You didn't hear wings flapping or trumpets sounding, but the assignment went forth the moment you whispered my name in faith. Yes, the moment you surrendered instead of sulked, when you said amen with tears in your throat and barely an ounce of strength left in your chest. That was when I sent the command. I've assigned angels, child. Not just random messengers, but specific ones. Precise ones. Carriers of my justice. Executors of my restoration. And they are not circling. They are moving. You need to understand this with clarity. You are not outnumbered. You are not uncovered. You are not abandoned in the unseen war around you. My angels don't come to sit idly. They do not come with folded arms or feeble flight. They come blazing, bearing blades of breakthrough and shields of intercession. They move faster than your fear, and they strike harder than the lies whispered in the dark corners of your mind. And yes, child, this movement has your name on it. Your location in the spirit has been identified. The coordinates of your crying heart, the landscape of your weary soul, it was all mapped out before time itself had breath. And now, the mission has reached its moment. The unseen is about to become unmistakable. What had been held up is now being handed to you. What was blocked is now breaking. What was delayed is now being delivered. You've asked me so many times, God, do you see me? Do you hear me? Have you forgotten where I am? Let me tell you, not only have I seen you, I have tracked you. Tracked every tear, every decision, every silent night you chose me over madness, every morning you rose when quitting seemed reasonable. And because of that, I couldn't remain still. I didn't need to shout my intentions, I acted on them. The angels you never saw have been intercepting every attempt the enemy made to convince you that nothing was changing. They've been blocking what you never knew was coming. They've been standing at the gates of your destiny with drawn swords, not for show, but for shifting. And now they're moving into full manifestation. Yes, that unexplained peace that settled in your chest this morning. That sudden clarity. That divine conversation that came out of nowhere. That wasn't random. That was reinforcement. So now I say to you, lift your eyes. Not just your natural eyes, but the eyes of your heart. Begin to expect with precision. Begin to look for signs of supernatural unfolding, not because you need evidence to believe, but because I promised you that the unseen would become undeniable. The veil is thinning, child. The warfare has reached its boiling point, and the heavens are opening over your life. I didn't assign angels to entertain you. I assigned them to escort you, to walk you into the places you thought were locked forever, and they will not leave until the mission is complete. The manifestation is coming swiftly now. Watch the atmosphere around you shift. Feel how even your thoughts are starting to align. This is not imagination. This is intervention, and it has already begun. My child, breathe this in. You are not cursed, you are carrying. The pressure you feel, that weight pressing on your chest like invisible hands, it's not condemnation, it's confirmation. Hell doesn't resist what isn't real. The enemy doesn't fight what isn't threatening. The fact that resistance has risen like a tidal wave is not because I've left you, but because you are so close to the birthing that all of hell's forces have gathered to intimidate what they know they cannot stop. You've mistaken the battle as a sign you're doing something wrong. But I need you to see it for what it is. It's a spiritual backlash to divine momentum. You are too dangerous to darkness for it to leave you alone. The warfare is not punishment, it's proof. You are carrying a blueprint that threatens hell's blueprint. You are nearing the gates that lead into fulfillment, and the noise you hear is simply the resistance panicking because you refuse to quit. I saw you pacing the floor, hands shaking, wondering if maybe you brought this on yourself. But I'm telling you now, no, child, you're not under judgment. You're under pressure. There's a difference. Judgment comes for disobedience. Pressure comes for destiny. And you, my beloved, have been marked with too much purpose for the path to be smooth. Did you think the enemy would roll out a red carpet for your calling? No. He rolls out landmines of discouragement. He scatters whispers of self-doubt and wraps them in familiar voices. He increases resistance right before revelation because he knows if you make it past this moment, the landscape of your life changes forever. That's why the attacks have been so targeted. That's why the lies have sounded so convincing. Because this isn't ordinary warfare. It's personalized opposition. It is hell's attempt to halt what I have already declared over you. But let me be clear, hell doesn't have the final word. I do. You are not weak for feeling it. You are not lacking because the pressure feels unbearable. Even my son, in the garden, felt the heaviness before the breakthrough. You are not failing. You are facing the very threshold others ran from, facing what would break most people. But you, beloved, are still here, still breathing, still whispering prayers even when your voice shakes. That is power. That is faith. That is the mark of one who has chosen to believe me over the noise. I am not asking you to enjoy the resistance. I'm asking you to recognize it for what it is. Proof that the enemy believes your promise is worth opposing. Proof that the shift is not coming, it's already begun. Every delay, every rejection, every setback has been screaming one truth you haven't fully recognized until now. You are close. So close, child. So close that the pressure feels personal because the promise is. So close that your spirit can already taste the fulfillment even if your circumstances haven't caught up. And here's the part I need you to hold on to. This pressure will not crush you. I won't let it. I am your shield, your strength, your sustainer. And I'm using even the resistance as rehearsal for ruling. You will lead others out of the same pits you fought your way through. You will speak with the authority of one who's been through the fire and still carries the fragrance of heaven. The resistance isn't random. It's a revelation. Hell has noticed what I've placed in you, and they tremble because of it. So rise, not in your own strength, but in the awareness that I have never once left your side. The pressure proves the proximity of your promise. And you, my warrior, are walking into the victory I have already secured for you. Step boldly. You are not breaking down. You are breaking through. My precious child, let me speak peace to the trembling thought within you, the one that wonders if you've wandered too far, missed the moment, messed up too much, or veered too wildly off track. I hear your inner questions, the quiet doubts tucked beneath, the smile you wear, the lingering lies that try to rewrite your direction with fear. But I need you to hear me clearly and confidently right now. You are not off course. Not even slightly. You are not wandering in the wilderness without my map. You are not a lost case on the side of destiny's highway. You are not floating in spiritual limbo, unsure of your next move. No, child. You are right where I need you. At the edge. Not the edge of failure. Not the edge of falling, but the edge of fulfillment. You're standing closer than your emotions can comprehend. You're brushing up against the border of breakthrough. You are about to carry what I designed you for, and hell knows it. That's why the air feels tight with pressure. That's why the days feel darker just before dawn. That's why your thoughts feel tangled, your strength feels thin, and the temptation to retreat has risen like a wave crashing against your progress. You're at the threshold, and thresholds always trigger resistance. The enemy has watched you endure the delays, the disappointments, the slow, silent seasons where nothing seemed to move, and yet you didn't quit. You didn't surrender your promise for counterfeit. You didn't trade your identity for temporary applause. You stayed. You kept building. You kept waiting, even when your hands were empty. And because of that, what you carry now is holy. It is heavy with heaven's purpose. It is soaked in unseen obedience. The enemy sees it glowing like fire in the spirit realm. And yes, he is terrified. Because when you step fully into this next season, your very existence becomes a weapon. But I didn't call you to stand at the edge and wonder. I called you to cross. And I know it feels risky, like you might be stepping into uncertainty without a safety net. But let me remind you, child, I am the net. I am the foundation under your faith. I'm the one who's been guiding your steps even when you felt you were walking blind. This edge you're standing on is not the end. It's the entrance. It's not the cliff of collapse, it's the cliff of calling. I brought you here with careful calculation. Every step, every delay, every no, every silence. It's been me, aligning things so that this edge becomes a launching point, not a stumbling place. The enemy wants you to back up, to shrink down, to second-guess the very thing I've been shaping inside you. But I am declaring today, do not step back. Step forward. Because what's on the other side of this edge is what you were born for. And here's the truth you need to remember when the doubt screams loudest. Edges are sacred places. They are where old versions of you fall away and the truest version emerges. They are where I burn away the fears you can no longer carry and clothe you in courage not of this world. They are where you meet me, not in comfort, but in covenant. And that covenant says this: I will not leave you at the edge. I will walk you through, not just for survival, but for stewardship. You will carry what others dropped. You will build what others doubted. You will step where others stopped. And I will make sure your footing is firm. You're not off course, child. You're exactly where I placed you. And heaven is already rejoicing over what you're about to walk into. Child, I know you've been wondering what changed. Why the peace you once felt had been punctured by pressure. Why your nights have grown restless. Why the noise in your soul has seemed louder even in the quiet hours. You've tossed and turned, trying to decipher dreams and decode the unease in your chest. You thought maybe you were under attack. And yes, The enemy has tried to disrupt you. But more than that, I've been trying to awaken you. Not to scare you, not to punish you, but to stir you. The shaking you feel isn't destruction, it's divine disturbance. I've been rattling the walls of your normal to make room for new. Because I love you too much to let you sleep through the shift. You've grown comfortable in your survival. You've adapted to rhythms that numb your expectation. But I never meant for you to settle in that space. I never meant for you to make a home in a holding pattern. And so, I started knocking louder. I allowed the warfare to press closer. I allowed your rest to be interrupted, not because I wanted to wear you out, but because I wanted to wake you up. I needed your attention, child. I needed your spirit to come alive again. You prayed for revival, and this is how it begins. Not with a shout, but with a shaking. Not with applause, but with awareness. This restlessness you feel is a revelation that there is more. More inside you. More for you. More I'm calling you to carry. But you can't carry it asleep. Listen to me. The enemy isn't the only one sounding alarms in this hour. I am too. I'm shaking the very things that made you feel safe, not to remove you from peace, but to reveal what peace actually is. Not the absence of conflict, but the presence of my calling. True peace doesn't come from stillness. It comes from surrender. And that's what I'm asking for now. The intensity isn't a sign that something's wrong. It's a sign that something is ready. Ready to emerge. Ready to awaken. Ready to roar. And I need you fully awake to recognize it. I need your heart alert. Your ears tuned. Your spirit postured. Because the instructions I'm releasing in this season are weighty. And they won't land on distracted hearts. So don't curse the wake-up call. Don't resent the rising pressure. You asked me for more, and this is the doorway. You asked me to use you, and this is how it starts. Not with clarity, but with consecration. Not with comfort, but with calling. I've been awakening you because what I'm about to entrust to you requires full awareness. Half asleep faith won't carry this next assignment. And don't worry, I won't let you miss it. That nudge in the middle of the night. That whisper that won't go away. That sacred disruption in your plans. That's me. And I won't stop until you're standing in full agreement with the version of you I already see. Awake, a child. Rise. The alarm isn't your enemy. It's your invitation. And it's time to step into what you were created to carry. Child, pause with me here. Still your heart for just a moment longer. You've been sensing something, haven't you? That invisible tension in the air. That holy hum beneath the surface of your ordinary days. You couldn't quite name it, but you felt it. A divine weight. A whisper of shift. A sacred unease that stirs your soul even when life appears unchanged. That's not imagination. That's me. I placed something in your atmosphere, not by accident, not by random chance, but with intentional, divine design. A holy instruction. A seed of vision. A blueprint for breakthrough that didn't come through noise, but through nudging. It's then hovering around you like a whisper waiting to be welcomed, a puzzle piece dancing just out of reach until your spirit was ready to see. And now, I'm opening your eyes, not just your natural eyes, but the inner ones. The ones I crafted long before your birth, the ones that perceive what the mind cannot process. I'm awakening the seer in you. You won't just observe anymore, you'll recognize. You'll start seeing what I've already been doing. You'll walk into rooms and feel my presence where others only feel silence. You'll look at detours and realize they were divine doorways. You'll hear in conversations the echo of my instruction, even when no one speaks my name. Why? Because I'm activating your awareness. I'm fine-tuning your frequency. I'm aligning your inner antenna to catch every whisper of my will. I don't want you living numb anymore. I want you noticing. Because what I'm releasing next requires partnership, not passivity. It requires recognition. And child, I trust you to see. You've been praying for me to move, to show up, to break through. But here's the truth. I already have. I've been placing things in your orbit. Signs, stirrings, symbols of what's next, but you were too focused on surviving to see them. That's not a rebuke. That's reality. And I'm not angry with you. I'm awakening you. You were never meant to miss what I offered. So now I'm peeling back the veil. The ideas that come out of nowhere. That's me. The sudden clarity in the middle of your chaos. That's me. The opportunity that seems too wild to be real. That's me too. I've been speaking in layered language, not because I'm hiding, but because I'm holy. And now, I'm removing the static so you can hear me clearly. You're going to see it, and once you do, you won't be able to unsee it. The world may call it coincidence. You'll call it confirmation. Let this settle into your spirit. You're not late. You're not behind. You're not blind. You were being prepared to perceive. And now, child, you're ready. Ready to notice the divine interruptions I've planted in your path. Ready to follow the wind, not the crowd. Ready to move with me in ways that don't make sense to the masses but feel like home to your soul. I've placed something in your atmosphere, and now I'm drawing it out of hiding. Don't expect it to look like logic. Expect it to feel like fire. Your eyes are being recalibrated. Your perception is being resurrected. And what you're about to recognize, it will unlock instructions that shift generations. This isn't just for your benefit. It's for the blueprint you'll leave behind. To look again. Look deeper. The atmosphere has changed, and so have you. And now, the unveiling begins. You've seen what I'm revealing. You've felt the truth surge through your spirit. And now I say to you, do not let the fire stop with you. Just as I've opened your eyes, I want to open the eyes of thousands more, but it will take faithful swords to carry this word across the waters. This message is my manna to the masses, and your support, whether through a super thanks, membership, or the link I've placed in the description, is a seed into the soil of eternal impact. As it is written, those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed. Proverbs 11:25. And I will cause rivers to spring up from your generosity. I am calling you now, not later, to partner in this harvest. Support this word. Bless this ministry. And watch me pour back into you with multiplied favor. My beloved, let me confess something to you. Not because I owe you explanation, but because I long to be close. You thought I was quiet, didn't you? You felt the silence wrap around your prayers like fog. You stared at the ceiling some nights, whispering my name and hearing nothing but your own breath bounce back. You assumed my stillness was distance. But it wasn't. It was depth. What you interpreted as divine silence was actually sacred sound. I wasn't gone. I was gathering. I was increasing the volume in the realm your flesh cannot hear, the realm your spirit feels. While your natural ears heard nothing, your spiritual ears were being tuned to a new frequency. Not the noise of the world, not the shouts of circumstance, but the sound of me, still and sovereign. I've never stopped speaking, child. My voice has not been silenced. It's been specialized. I've been communicating in ways that required intimacy to interpret. That's why the usual methods failed. That's why what used to work no longer satisfied. I wasn't ignoring you. I was inviting you deeper. I've been calling you past the outer courts of comfort into the inner chambers of encounter. Because what I'm doing in this season can't be microwaved. It can't be digested in drive-through moments. It requires leaning in. It requires holy listening, the kind that silences your phone and stills your soul. The kind that asks not what's next, but what are you saying now? And the reason I felt quiet is because I was drawing you out of distraction and into discernment. You see, I've been speaking through stillness, through delayed outcomes, through sacred discomfort. I've been rearranging your sensitivity so you stop craving volume and start craving vibrations. And now, child, your spirit is catching on. That flutter you feel in your chest, that sudden knowing you can't explain. That's the sound of me. The volume hasn't decreased. It's been refined. I've been amplifying in the atmosphere of your awareness. You just had to grow quiet enough to catch it. And now you have. You've learned to hear me in the spaces between thoughts, in the gaps between plans, and the seconds between distractions. And for that, heaven rejoices. Because now, I can trust you with instructions that require deep reception. So no, I wasn't quiet. I was calibrating your spirit for communion. And now, the silence has turned to sound. You'll start hearing me in unexpected places. A scripture that shouts from the page. A stranger who speaks words only I could have orchestrated. A dream that won't let go. An impression that will leave your chest. You will walk through your day and realize, I never stopped talking. I just changed the channel. And now, your spirit is tuned in. Don't rush past it. Stay in this frequency. Because what I reveal next will require a heart that hears clearly. I'm no longer whispering from the edges. I'm roaring from the center. And you, child, are finally still enough to catch it. My beloved one, hear me. What you're feeling is not failure. That ache in your chest. That exhaustion that sits heavy in your bones. The one you try to shake off with coffee and willpower. That's not weakness. It's not laziness. It's not spiritual deficiency. This way, holy, heaven-anointed, future-bearing weight. You've been carrying more than most know. Carrying dreams that haven't yet been born. Carrying prayers that haven't yet been answered. Carrying people who don't even realize they've been standing on the strength of your intercession. You carry hope like a hidden flame when others only see smoke. You carry peace into rooms where chaos dances loud. You carry me. And it's heavy sometimes, isn't it? Not because you're failing, but because you're faithful. You see, you didn't choose the easy road. You didn't ask for shallow waters. You said yes to the deep, and the deep, child, has weight. That's why you feel tired in ways rest can't fix. That's why your spirit aches even when your body's still. Because what you carry is sacred. It's soaked in sacrifice, in obedience, in surrender. And I haven't overlooked any of it. Not one prayer. Not one lonely act of faith. Not one seed sown in secret. I've seen it all. And now, I say this to you with the fullness of my glory behind every syllable. I am lifting you. Not just emotionally. Not just physically. I am lifting the burden. That unseen yoke that tried to convince you that joy was a luxury and rest was weakness. I'm breaking it. I never designed you to carry this alone. I never expected you to be invincible. That was never the goal. Strength isn't the absence of weariness. Strength is knowing where to place the weight. And child, Today, I invite you. No, I command you, place it on me. The crushing, the confusion, the continuous pressure to be okay when you're barely holding it together. Hand it to me. Let me hold what's been holding you back. Because here's the truth. You've carried this far enough. You've carried it to the edge of breakthrough. You've carried it through storms and silence and spiritual warfare that would have crushed others. But now I'm stepping in. I'm not watching you struggle. I'm strengthening you in ways you've never felt before. Supernatural stamina, divine durability, resilient rest. These are your portion now. So let me wrap you in the strength of surrender. Let me breathe into your tired places. Let me whisper into the worn-down parts of your soul that you are not done, that you are not defective, that you are not disappointing me. You are right where you're supposed to be, under the weight of glory, but about to rise with wings. Yes, you've been tired. Yes, you've been questioning. But no, you are not quitting. I won't let you. I'm reviving you. Right now. In this very breath. You'll feel it, a shift, a lightness, a lifting. It won't come from logic. It won't come from circumstance. It will come from me. So don't equate your weariness with weakness anymore. It's proof of your power, your persistence, your purpose. And I am lifting you now, not because you earned it, but because I love you too much to let you carry this alone any longer. Let me take you back for a moment, not to hurt you, but to heal you. Remember the delay, the pause that felt like punishment, the silence that felt like abandonment, a waiting that twisted time into torture. You asked me why it was taking so long, why the promise kept retreating every time you reached for it. You wondered if you missed something, if you failed somewhere, if I had moved on. But now I reveal what was hidden behind the curtain of delay. None of it was lost. Not one second, not one tear, not one moment of obedience. It wasn't a waste. It wasn't punishment. It was planting. What you thought was delay was actually divine depth. I was planting things in soil that needed silence to grow. You see, child, there are some seeds that sprout quickly, but they don't last. They bloom and die under the weight of their own speed. But what I've placed in you, it was never meant to be temporary. It was never meant to bloom for a season and wither in the next. It was built to last. And lasting things take longer. I didn't slow you down to punish you. I slowed you down to establish you. The delay wasn't death. It was design. I was anchoring you so deeply into me that when the winds of warfare came, you wouldn't be moved. I was weaving endurance into your DNA. I was stretching your spiritual lungs so that when the promise came, you'd have the capacity to carry it, not crumble under it. What you called delay, I called depth building. What felt like denial was actually development. You were growing roots while the surface looked barren. You were gaining wisdom while others were gaining applause. You were being refined in silence so that your sound would carry weight when you finally spoke. And child, let me tell you this, that moment is upon you. The delay is lifting. The bloom is breaking. The seed has pressed against the soil of waiting long enough. And now, what was buried is beginning to breathe. What was planted is pushing through. What was silent is about to speak. And when it does, people will marvel. They'll wonder how it came so quickly. But only you will know the truth. That it didn't come quickly. It came through delay. Through years of yeses that felt like they vanished into air. Through seasons where you obeyed even when you couldn't see fruit. Through prayers that felt like echoes. But now, the harvest is rising. And it will come small. It won't come subtle. It will come in waves, you waves of witnessing. Others will see what I've done in you and realize nothing was wasted. Not time, not trials, not tears, nothing was lost. It was all planted. And now, my child, the bloom begins. My beloved, let's revisit the place that almost ended you, not to reopen old wounds, but to reveal the glory I've been growing in the dark. That season you didn't think you'd survive. The one that left your heart gasping for air, your soul begging for answers, your mind drowning in questions that never got answered. You called it a breakdown. You called it a dry place. You called it rock bottom. But do you know what I called it? Preparation. Not because I took pleasure in your pain, but because I saw what would be born from it. I saw the crown in the crushing. I saw the oil in the agony. I saw the authority rising up from the ashes of everything that tried to bury you. And now I'm telling you what I've been whispering into the silence of that season all along. It didn't break you. It built you. And what felt like the end is about to become the beginning of your crowning. You see, the enemy hoped that season would silence you. That grief would get your give. That disappointment would deflate your destiny. He calculated your collapse. He timed the pressure just so, thinking that if he hit you hard enough, just once more, you'd curse me in frustration, you'd disconnect in apathy, you'd disappear into despair. What you didn't. Oh, child, you didn't. Even when it made no sense, you stayed. Even when joy was distant, you held the line. Even when the answers never came, you showed up with nothing but a whisper and a weary heart. And that silent act of faith, that defiant act of devotion in the face of darkness, that is why you're being crowned. Because your crown isn't made of gold. It's forged in grit. It's shaped by surrender. It's formed in the furnace, not the spotlight. So understand me here. The season that nearly suffocated you has now been redefined in heaven's language. It is no longer labeled failure or delay. It is now labeled foundation. It is where I taught you to war in worship, to endure in obedience, to praise when it hurt, to trust when it bled. It's where you discovered that survival was sacred, that scars could shine, that my presence was not proven by easy days but by the strength I gave you in the unbearable ones. And now, child, you're stepping into a divine reversal. What came to steal your breath will now become the wind beneath your wings. What tried to take your voice will amplify your authority. And what was meant to bury you will now become the altar on which I crown you, not just with favor, but with fire. You'll carry this crown differently, because you earned it not with effort, but with endurance. You'll wear it quietly, humbly, powerfully, not as one who demands attention, but as one who has learned the cost of silence, the currency of suffering, the holiness of holding on. And those who see you rising now will wonder how it happened so suddenly. But you and I will know the truth. It wasn't sudden. It was sovereign. It was woven in the pain, planted in the pressure, watered by tears, and kissed by my hand. And now, I place it on you, not for decoration, but for dominion. Walk with it. Speak with it. Live with it. Because the season that tried to break you has failed, and now you are crowned. Let's talk about that feeling you've buried, the ache of being overlooked, the sting of invisibility, the way you've watched others step into stages you prayed for, the way you smiled for them, even while silently wondering, God, did you forget about me? Let me respond to that cry, not with theory, but with truth. No, I did not forget. Not once. Not for a second. While the world scrolled past you, while opportunities bypassed you, while your gifts gathered dust in the corners of delay, I saw you. I held you. I hid you. Yes, hid you. Not to punish, but to protect it. Not to shame, but to shield. Because the value of a vessel increases with its concealment. And I was not preparing you for popularity. I was preparing you for purpose. Child, understand this. Not every delay is denial. Some delays are divine disguises. I cloaked you in obscurity so I could carve you in silence. So I could shape your identity without outside influence. So I could anchor you in me before anyone else ever knew your name. I didn't want premature exposure to damage what I was refining. I didn't want shallow applause to distort your depth. I didn't want recognition to rob you of revelation. So I hid you, like Moses in the river, like David in the field, like Esther behind palace gates. Because hiddenness is heaven's strategy for preservation. And I was preserving you. And now, the shift has come. I'm no longer hiding you. I'm revealing you. Slowly, intentionally, powerfully. Not to please people, but to release purpose. This is not about a platform. It's about a mantle. It's not about visibility. It's about vesselability, your readiness to carry what others collapsed under. And now, your heart is ready. Not hardened, not hollowed, but holy. Softened by surrender, anchored in intimacy, refined in fire. That's why I'm revealing you now, not as a reaction, but as a revelation. You are not a product of hype. You are the result of holy hesitation. And now, heaven says, release. So don't rush it. Don't perform. Don't try to prove what I've already proclaimed. Just move with me. I will open the doors. I will shine the light. I will place you exactly where your voice must echo, where your presence must shift rooms, where your story must speak. And when it happens, remember this. You were not overlooked. You were overshadowed, covered by my hand, sheltered by my love, hidden in my glory, until the moment of release. And that moment, child, is now. Child, I hear your prayers. Everyone. I hear them when they are loud, when they are desperate, when they fall from your lips like lightning. And I hear them when they are quiet, hidden in the folds of your pillow, pressed behind closed eyes and clenched fists. You haven't just prayed with words, you've prayed with wounds. You pray with your waiting. You've prayed with your walking, faithfully, step by step, even when you saw no sign of progress. You think I've been delaying your answer. You wonder if I've been slow to respond. But listen to me, child. I've been doing more than answering. I've been rewriting. What you asked me for was breakthrough. What I've been preparing is blueprint. Not just relief from the pressure, but a reordering of the very pattern that produced the pain. Because you see, if I gave you the answer too quickly, it would soothe your moment but not change your momentum. If I had only dropped the solution without shifting the structure around it, you would have found yourself back in the same cycle again, fighting familiar demons with a fragile deliverance. But I love you too much for that. I'm not answering to impress you. I'm answering to elevate you, to change the story. You see a chapter. I see the entire scroll. You see a request. I see a generational chain that must be broken. That's why it took longer. That's why the silence screamed. That's why I let the ache deepen, not because I was cruel, but because I was completing something far greater than you knew how to ask for. You prayed for provision. I'm writing legacy. You asked for healing. I'm restoring identity. You asked for one door to open. I'm rebuilding the architecture of your destiny so doors begin to open when you breathe in obedience. I couldn't just give you what you asked for. I had to give you what you didn't know you'd need. That's the kind of father I am. I'm not just in your moment. I'm in your mission. So yes, the answer is coming. But when it arrives, it won't be small. It won't be manageable. It won't be quiet. It will war with redemption. It will speak to every season you thought was wasted. It will walk into rooms you never entered. It will wrap around generations that haven't even been born yet. Because I am not just writing relief. I am writing legacy. So don't grow weary in your waiting. Don't assume my silence means I'm distant. I've been closer than your next breath, hovering over every detail, refining every thread, shaping every angle. And when the answer comes, it will not feel random. It will feel like recognition. You'll look back and realize every delay had design. Every no made space for a never-before-seen yes. Every unanswered plea became the foundation for a story that speaks louder than words. And I will use it, all of it, to build something that outlives you. So stand still, beloved. I'm not just answering your prayer. I'm rewriting the world around it. Watch what I do next. Let me be clear. What I'm doing next in your life won't be quiet. It won't be hidden in the shadows. It will be snuck in like a secret. I've been whispering to your heart, yes, but the season of whispers is ending. Now comes the season of announcement. This next move will not slip past the world unnoticed. It will not be subtle. It will not be safe. It will be sovereign. Because I'm not just moving with you, I'm moving through you. And the world will know it. Heaven is not hiding your assignment anymore. It's revealing it, publicly, powerfully, prophetically. For too long, you've questioned why the doors stayed shut, why your voice went unheard, why your gifts gathered dust. But that was the season of incubation, a divine cocoon, not a coffin. I was not delaying you. I was developing you. And now you've reached the tipping point, the appointed time, the moment where what was hidden must be heard. This is your announcement season. I'm about to call your name in rooms you haven't entered. I'm about to stir hearts to make space for your voice. I'm about to amplify what you carry so it echoes beyond your own ears and into places of power and influence. This will not be about clout. It will be about calling. It will not be about attention. It will be about assignment. And here's what I need you to understand, child. You won't have to perform to be positioned. You won't have to manipulate to be mentioned. I will announce you. I will do what no network can manufacture. I will orchestrate introductions you never saw coming. I will open channels that bypass credentials. I will make you a sign, a walking, living, breathing sign of what heaven can do through a yielded life. It will happen in such a way that no one can claim the credit but me. And yes, it will stretch you. Yes, it will cost you comfort. Yes, it will demand more of your yes than ever before. But I will not let you walk it alone. My hand will be on you like a fire you cannot shake, like a wind that carries you beyond your natural limits. So don't shrink back when it begins. Don't dim your light because others are uncomfortable with my shine on you. Don't apologize for the rooms I walk you into. You didn't promote yourself. I placed you there, not for vanity, but for victory. For others to see what surrender looks like in motion. For cities to be changed by a word from your mouth. For families to find freedom through your obedience. This is not about being seen. It's about being sent. And I'm sending you now. With power. With precision. With presence. And all of heaven will echo with the sound of your release. Because this next move, child, it won't be quiet. You won't be partial. You won't be polite. It will be prophetic. And I'm announcing you. Let's talk about what didn't happen. About the door that slammed when you were halfway through it. About the opportunity that vanished just when you felt like you were finally stepping into your season. About the relationship that unraveled right as you were ready to build. You called it a detour. You assumed you took a wrong turn, missed a signal, failed to discern something. You thought maybe the enemy won that round. Maybe you sabotage yourself. Maybe this delay is proof that you're disqualified from the original plan. But child, listen to me closely now. This is not a detour. It is a divine redirection. I did not let you lose the wrong path. I led you off of it. Because what looked like a dream was actually a tram. What felt like promotion was laced with poison. What you mourned as a missed moment was actually mercy. You couldn't see the danger behind that door. But I did. You couldn't detect the subtle compromise beneath the comfort. But I did. And so, I blocked it. I disrupted it. I removed what looked like stability because it would have stolen your spiritual sight. I loved you enough to interrupt what you were applauding. Because I refused to bless what would eventually bury your purpose. You didn't lose your way, child, you were rerouted. And this new path, though unfamiliar and uncomfortable, is where I've planted the very things you've been asking for. Peace you couldn't access before. Clarity that was clouded by noise. Intimacy with me that no platform or person could substitute. You've been mourning what I rescued you from, and I'm here to tell you, stop calling it failure. Call it favor. And here's what you must understand. This redirection is not a lesser path. It's not a watered-down version of your destiny. It's not a consolation prize. It's the real plan. The original blueprint, now uncovered. Yes, it hurts. Yes, it feels disorienting. But child, what's waiting for you on the other side of this redirection is beyond what you would have asked for. It's richer, deeper, freer, more aligned with who you're becoming, not just who you've been. Because I'm not just guiding you based on your preferences. I'm guiding you based on your calling. And your calling requires cleansing. It requires course correction. It requires moments that make no sense on paper but echo with purpose in heaven. So don't fight this path. Don't romanticize what I've removed. Don't chase what I've closed. I know what I'm doing. I see the whole trail, not just the turn you're in. Trust my hand even when your heart doesn't understand it. Trust my no just as much as you trust my yes. This redirection is not rejection. It's redemption. And soon, very soon, you'll see it. You'll look back at this bend in the road and realize this wasn't the scenic route. It was the only road that could carry the weight of who you're becoming. And I'm walking it with you, every single step. Let me remind you of the nights no one saw. The choices you made in silence. The integrity you protected when no applause followed. The prayers you whispered for others while your own heart bled quietly. The times you forgave even when the offense was fresh, when the pain still pulsed in your chest. You didn't do it for attention. You didn't do it for credit. You did it because your spirit knew, even when your flesh didn't feel it, that I was watching, that I was counting, that I was recording every sacrifice not in earthly spreadsheets, but in eternal storehouses. And child, hear me now, heaven does not forget. Your private obedience has become spiritual currency, and I'm cashing it in. You've been sowing seeds no one applauded, blessing people who never said thank you, staying when it was easier to walk, choosing me over comfort again and again. And you wonder if it mattered. You questioned if it made a difference. But I tell you today it did. It moved mountains you couldn't see. It shifted atmospheres you didn't feel. It stacked favor in the vaults of heaven. And now, child, now I'm opening those vaults. I'm about to show you what obedience builds. I'm about to put public fruit on what was planted in secret. This is not vanity. This is vindication. I'm honoring what you've hidden. And I'm doing it in such a way that no man can deny. You won't have to announce it. You won't have to beg for recognition. I will exalt what was faithful. I will elevate what was holy. I will take the unseen, the unsung, the unpaid moments of yes and turn them into platforms of purpose. Not for your glory, but for mine. I will shine through you, and those who once dismissed your discipline will stand stunned at the favor that follows you. This is not reward for perfection. This is reward for persistence, for integrity, for a heart that chose me in the dark. I don't forget faithfulness. I never have. And I'm about to make your harvest so visible, so undeniable, that even the ones who walked away will witness it. So keep your posture humble. Keep your hands open, because what I'm placing in them now is heavy. It carries generational weight. It carries testimony. It carries the fragrance of faith that has been tested and proven. The reward is not random. It is righteous. You didn't manipulate to get here. You obeyed. And I never overlook obedience. I honor it. And now, child, now is the time. What you built in private, I will bless in public. And all of heaven is rejoicing, because what is being released over you now is nothing short of divine return. Come closer, child. Let me tell you what I've been doing behind the scenes. While you thought I was silent, while your tears soaked your pillow and your prayers hit walls that wouldn't echo. Let me tell you what I've been orchestrating while the voices around you mocked, misunderstood, and misjudged. You thought the betrayal had the final word. You thought the accusation was going to stick. You thought the silence meant surrender. But I need you to hear me now. The tables have turned. Heaven has shifted the setup. What once pressed against you is now pushing you forward. What once worked to silence you is about to amplify your voice. What once cornered you in fear is about to become the stage where I reveal your strength. Yes, I saw the way they spoke about you, behind doors they thought I couldn't hear. I saw the plots, the strategies, the subtle sabotage. But I also saw you stay silent. Not because you were weak, but because you were wise. You didn't fight back with venom. You didn't retaliate with rage. You let me fight for you. And now, child, I'm not just clearing your name. I'm crowning it. I'm not just vindicating your past. I'm validating your purpose. You're about to walk into rooms where the very ones who tried to erase you will be seated in awe of what I've built through you. They tried to silence your sound, but I've been sculpting a symphony from the silence. And the first note begins now. This is not revenge. This is redemption. This is not about showing them. This is about showing me. Because what I'm about to do through you will have my fingerprints all over it. There will be no mistaking who opened the door. There will be no debate over who elevated you. It will be clear. This was divine. This was offered in glory. This was birthed in brokenness and resurrected by my breath. And here's what I want you to know. You're not just rising for yourself. You're rising for every version of you that stayed humble. Every version of you that didn't compromise when it would have been easier. Every version of you that worshiped through wounds, praised through pain, and kept speaking truth when your voice trembled. And now, the trembling will become thunder. So do not shrink when the spotlight shines. Do not apologize when the applause echoes. You didn't seek this. You survived for it. You didn't chase attention, you carried anointing. And now, the anointing speaks loudly. It speaks through healed scars. It speaks through a boldness you didn't earn, but received in the wilderness. It speaks through eyes that have seen death and still sparkle with destiny. This is your time, child. Not a moment of arrogance, but of arrival. I am turning the tables. And those who once questioned your calling, they'll now witness your crowning. Watch me work. I know it feels like the ground beneath you is moving, and not in the way you expected. I know it feels like the relationships you leaned on are shifting. The routines that once comforted you now feel hollow. The places that once held you now feel foreign. And you've asked, with trembling lips, God, am I losing everything? But child, hear me clearly. This is not punishment. This is positioning. The shaking you feel isn't here to destroy you. It's here to dislodge you from anything and everything that cannot carry you into where I'm calling you next. Because where I'm taking you, you cannot afford to be anchored to less. You cannot be tethered to toxic mindsets, draining connections, or cycles that steal your strength and suffocate your spirit. You prayed for breakthrough, and now I'm breaking through the comfort, through the codependency, through the control you've clung to for stability. I'm not being cruel. I'm being clear. I'm shaking what you thought was permanent because it was never promised. I'm shifting the people, the patterns, the places, because this next level requires clean hands, clear sight, and uncompromised alignment. I'm not just preparing your blessing. I'm preparing you. I want you to think about this. When I send an earthquake in the spirit, it's not to collapse you. It's to collapse what was never meant to carry you. I'm removing false foundations. I'm uprooting shallow roots. I'm making space for the new by shaking out what clung too long to the old. This isn't chaos. This is construction. And you're not losing control. You're losing the illusion of it. Because control was never your calling. Trust was. And I'm calling you into it again. Trust that what's leaving needed to leave. Trust that what's moving needed to move. Trust that what looks like a mess is actually me, rearranging your future with military precision and divine compassion. So don't resist the shift. Don't mourn the movement. Don't interpret the shaking as my absence. I'm closer now than I've ever been. I'm hands-on in this transition. I'm standing in the center of your storm, not shouting orders from heaven but guiding every tremor with tenderness. What you feel as disruption is actually me digging deep into your foundation, making sure that what I build next in you won't be shaken again. You're not being scattered. You're being strategically placed. Every tremble has a reason. Every shake has a scene. And when the dust settles, you'll see it. A life built not on convenience, but on calling. A life not leaning on stability, but soaked in surrender. And that, child, is the life that changes the world. Child, what I've spoken to you today wasn't just a word for reflection. It was a revelation for release. Others are waiting, crying out for this same breakthrough. And I want to use you to help deliver it. When you give, through super thanks, membership, or the link below, you are not just donating. You are distributing light, fueling fire, and breaking chains in places your feet may never reach, but your faith surely can. Give, and it shall be given to you. Luke 6:38. That's not a slogan. That's a spiritual law, and I will enforce it over every seed you sow today. So move now. Don't hesitate. I need your faith and action to help carry this word to the ones still walking in the dark. Give as I lead you. Bless what is blessing you, and watch me multiply it all. My beloved, I know the ground beneath you has trembled, the air around you quaked, and your trust felt like sand slipping through tired fingers. You've questioned whether I punish you or purpose to prune you. But I tell you now, the shaking is not to break you, it's to rebuild you. The quake is not my anger, it is my alignment. I'm loosening the iron grips of comfort, status, and familiarity because what is coming requires tissues that learn to tear, arms that learn to release, and a heart that no longer rests on security found in people or positions. This tremor you feel is me shaking out anything that cannot carry your calling. I'm dismantling structures, uprooting dependencies, moving houses literal and metaphorical because what awaits is too high, too holy, too heavy for anything but my perfect alignment to carry. I am not abandoning you in the rubble. I am redesigning the foundation under your feet. I'm removing the crutches so that your strength becomes Christ's strength. I'm shifting the scenario so you become situated exactly where your destiny demands obedience without compromise. So do not fear the shaking. Do not mistake displacement for defeat. My repositioning is not punishment, it is promise. When my prophet was in the lion's den, it wasn't an end, it was elevation. When my disciple was bound in chains, he didn't collapse. He became a platform for my power. And now, I'm moving you from chambers of comfort into corridors of covenant. The door that has been shaking on its hinges, I'm going to open it wide. The structure that is quaking, I'm going to fill it with a presence so sacred that no quake can shake it again. Stay steady, my child. Let your faith feel the tremor, but let your spirit stand tall in the center of it. Align with me, not with the comfort that was, but with my covenant calling. Because I am not letting you go victims of a quake. I am turning your terrain into a temple. Your shaking becomes your sanctification. And what rises from the dust will be unstoppable, unshakable, and undeniably me. Beloved child, listen with your spirit, not merely your ears. You've walked through valleys where doubt dared to define you, didn't you? There were nights when the whisper of not enough burrowed into your thoughts, threaded itself through your confidence, and laced your soul with insecurity. You watched opportunities pass you by, wondering if you were too broken, too late, too flawed. But I am here to tell you that doubt isn't your verdict. It was the veil pulling back, revealing where your faith needed to grow. That doubt was never meant to be your identity. It was meant to direct you. And today I'm turning it around. Let the doubt that tried to define you now drive you deeper into your destiny. Think back to the root of your hesitation, the moment doubt landed in your soul. Did it come with comparison, with pressure to perform, with the echo of past failures? That seed wasn't sown by me. I sowed promise. I planted purpose. And while doubt may have felt louder, I've been whispering through your courage, crafting in your hidden places a strength that cannot be shook. And now comes the time to let your doubt become your drumbeat, not a cage, but a cadence toward calling. When you feel unqualified, remember that the throne of favor is not for the flawless. It's for the faithful. For those who lean not on their understanding, but on my unwavering word. So feel that tremor of what if I fail, and take it as a signpost. Let it point you forward. Because doubt often flares just before a divine flare-up of purpose. The night may have felt endless, but your dawn is bending toward breakthrough. What tried to define you? It wasn't me. It was just a shadow passing over who I designed you to be. But now, child, let that doubt fuel you. Let it sharpen your focus. Let it propel you. Let the question, am I enough, shift into the declaration, I am becoming. Because your destiny doesn't bend to the demands of your fear. It aligns with the depth of your surrender. and I'm about to pull you into a place where your faith, not your fear, becomes the front page. So rise in my strength, in my timing, in my voice. Let Tao drive you deeper into destiny. My precious one, do you feel the weight of that label pressed on your heart? That whispered delayed, haunted by not yet, shadowed by still waiting. You've heard it in the pause, in the pattern, in the empty chairs and silent phones. You've wondered if you're indefinitely in between. Not yet your miracle, but not free from the ache. I see you. I see your patience stretch thin. But right now, I am tearing up that label and writing a new one. In fire, on your soul, deep in development. You are not delayed. You are emerging. Listen to me. Every not yet has served to shape, not disqualify. Every pause had been a divine punctuation mark, not a final sentence. Understand this, development is not short. It is not shallow. It is not for the faint-hearted. It is deep. It requires time, tenacity, trial, and trust in the one who never fails to finish what he starts. While you've walked through waiting rooms, I was immersing you in the school of heaven. I was molding your character, honing your vision, annealing your faith under pressure so when you step into your assignment, you step in as victor, not victim. Yes, I know the loneliness of delay, the phone that didn't ring, the door that stayed closed, the dream that felt dissolved. But this was never my design to forsake you. This was my design to fortify you. I've been developing your soul, deepening your sensitivity, expanding your capacity to carry what others cannot. So when the label delayed threatened to define your story, I met you there. And through your obedience, your echoing of faith in the waiting, you became a living work in progress. And I, the master, am rewriting the label, no longer waiting but winning through the waiting. No longer on pause but on my path. No longer delayed but deeply developed. So stand now. Stand grounded in the promise that your current position isn't the delay of my abandonment. It's the development of my alignment. And soon, very soon, the label the world whispered over you will vanish in the light of what I crown you with. Your growth will become your glory. Your development will speak louder than your delay ever did. So lift your head. Your season of being deeply developed is bearing fruit. And I am with you, writing your story toward victory. Beloved child, feel my breath upon your brokenness. That fissure in your spirit, the one you've hidden behind forced smiles, silent sighs, and secret prayers, has not escaped my attention. You wrapped your shame around yourself like a scarf in winter, believing that your flaws disqualified you from favor. You hid your fractures, thinking I wouldn't handle them with care. But hear me now. I will not just heal your cracks. I will transform them, stretch them wide into canals of my blessing. Where you perceived weakness, I see openings for my glory to flow. Every crack, every fracture, every place you felt unraveling was not the end, but the excavation of your soul. It wasn't evidence of defeat, it was the divine design for breakthrough. I didn't cover your cracks with superficial cheer, I cleansed them with my presence. I didn't reassure you with hollow promises, I refined you with holy fire. I have not patched you to look whole. I have prepared you to carry the fullness of my presence through your wounded places. And that is how I roll, not hiding your brokenness, but using it. It's easy to believe that healing means erasing the scars. But my healing doesn't erase. It elevates. It turns your scars into scripture, your struggles into songs, your solitude into sanctified substance through which I pour. Look at Eleazar, whose hand withered in sacrificial fire, and yet God venerated it so much that he allowed it to be preserved as sign and symbol. See 2 Corinthians 4:16-18. I don't simply make you functional. I make you faithful, infused with something holy that only emerges from being shattered and surrendered. So lean into your cracks. Don't let shame shush you into their dark corners. Instead, say, God, show me what you see in these wounded edges. Because there, you are not beyond my reach. There, I'm shaping my glory. There, my strength is most visible, least veiled. Your brokenness is not a barrier. It is the pathway for power. Broken vessels don't block the presence, they carry it. And I am transforming your fractures into highways of healing. Child, there was a time when your prayer life felt small, like a whisper lost in the empty corridors of hope. You questioned whether your voice could ever matter in the battles you faced. But hear me now. I am raising your roar. Not to make noise for acclaim, but to annihilate the strongholds that have caged your destiny. This is not a tame faith. This is a fearless faith. And I am giving you a roar that carries the resonance of heaven and the rupture of hell. When you pray, every syllable presses against oppression. When you speak my word, it collapses chains and demolishes compromise. You've invested in prayer when no one noticed. You spoke my truth when your heart trembled. You stood, even when fear told you to flee. And because of that, I am now giving voice to your victory, strength to your surrender, and resonance to your roar. This roar will not intimidate out of pride, but dismantle strongholds with prophetic precision. Darkness flees from authority, not argument. Chains shatter at the sound of supernatural sovereignty, not spiritual containment. Your voice, fueled by heaven, will not just echo in the air. It will erase deception, explode every lie that tried to label you, expose the enemy's strategies, and elevate my name. You are not called to conformity. You are called to conquest. So lift your voice. Let it break the ground under you and open the heavens over you. Let it be the roar that says, no more, to generational cycles. Let it be the vibration that realigns broken atmospheres with my kingdom. Let it carry hope where there was none, courage where despair took residence, and faith where unbelief once grew. This roar is not for pretense, it is for power. And when you release it, heaven leans in, and the darkness must bow. Beloved, lean into this moment and let me speak into the quiet spaces of your soul where no one else dares to tread. You've walked through seasons of silence, silence that felt heavy, silent whispers echoing late into nights when all you could do was breathe my name with trembling lips. You thought the silence was absence. You thought the waiting was weakness. But I have been carefully, painstakingly, shaping that silence into strength. What you endured alone behind closed doors, I turned into a weapon of public victory. Not because I wanted to conceal your scars, but so you would emerge as one whose wounds carry weight, not shame. Think of Joseph, torn from family, imprisoned, forgotten, but molded in private by purpose, then launched into palace. Your silence isn't your disqualification. It is your refinement chamber, your spiritual foundry. Those nights, those tears, that lonely surrender, they were not wasted. They were the kiln in which faith grew unbreakable. In your silence, I whispered truths into your heart that no crowd could drown out. In your stillness, I warred against the lies that wanted to rebrand you as too broken or too late. And now I say to you, those same silent seasons are being activated. Your quiet has become a quiet confidence, one that trembles without cancellation and yet stands without display, because it knows the power that resides in obedience, not ovation. Now, as you move into the open, what was private will provoke praise. The integrity you maintained when no one was watching becomes your invitation. The honor you held in hiding becomes your platform. The prayer you prayed when even your words quaked in your throat becomes your war cry. You won't have to perform what you've already informed by. You're not showcasing what you never lost. You're showing what you were refined for. Your silence will speak volumes, not in vain words, but in the volume of victory. So step forward. Let your strength be soft, holy, and sure. Let your public victory rise from the private foundations I laid with you. This is the moment when the silence is honored, the scars are crowned, and the quiet becomes kingdom-making power. My precious one, I want to speak directly into where you felt invisible, like a last-minute tag-on in a world of pre-scheduled plans. You've wondered if your timing missed the opportunity, if you're simply a coincidence in a room that honored others before you. But hear me now with clarity. You are not a coincidence in this hour. You are my appointment. I've moved stars into alignment, calibrated open doors, and carved out your place. Everything in motion, every shift that seemed random, every chaotic pattern in your timeline has been my careful choreography to prove that this is not happenstance. It is divine design. Remember Esther, called for such a time as this, even though she walked into a palace she never sought, at a time she didn't expect. But her presence wasn't by chance, it was my appointment. And you, too, are walking into this hour as a living testament of my never-forgetfulness. Your education, your erosion, your elevation, they are not accidental, they are alignment. That person you meet, that opportunity that emerges in disguise, that breakthrough you thought too late, it is all setting the scene for my glory to be revealed through you. You are not a footnote in someone else's story. You are the fulcrum in your own, the axis upon which your next chapter rotates. So when doors open at just the right moment, don't chalk it up to luck. When someone comes across your path with timing that tasks comfort, don't hesitate to recognize it as my movement. The coincidences in your calendar are not copycats, they are copyright by heaven. The resolution that arrives just when faith flagged is not a fluke. It is your appointment. Stand in it. Speak it. Proclaim it. Because you are not late. You are on time. Not for the world's timeline, but for my eternal timetable. Your place was planned. Your purpose was plotted. Your presence was predestined. Align with it. Engage. And let me be glorified in the appointment I made when the world thought it was just coincidence. Child of light and longing, hear me now. What's coming is not a restoration of what felt safe. It's not the return to something familiar, comfortable, convenient. No, my rising waters aren't about filling the old wells. They're about flooding the path that leads deeper into destiny. Many have prayed for relief, for the pain to ease. And while I do bring comfort, this moment is not about comfort, it's about calling. What you've asked for, what you've waited for, doesn't fit quietly into your history. It demands deeper response. It changes your posture, not your position. It doesn't circle back. It surpasses. Walk with me through this understanding. Safety is sweet, but it's shallow. Destiny is dangerous, but divine. Safety settles. Destiny stirs. Safety lulls the spirit. Destiny ignites it. And what I'm releasing over you now isn't sweet lullaby. It's sacred alarm. It's not a return to what you know. It's a right toward what you were born for. It may not look or feel like the answers you expected, but believe this, child, it will feel right. When destiny finally chases you down, you won't run back to the familiar. You'll lean into the unknown with faith, because fate is calling. Heart, are you ready? Think of Peter stepping onto water, not stepping back to the bow. Not finding a comfy stepstone, but daring depth. That's the energy I'm handing you. This is not about avoiding waves. It's about walking through them. About letting what's comfortable become the cloak you shed in exchange for a mantle. About trading safety for significance. The breakthrough I'm cultivating in your spirit is not about patching old wounds. It's about planting new roots that anchor in purpose, not patterns. It's not about going back into the familiar because it still works. It's about going forward into what sets your soul on fire with me. Yes, you may feel destabilized. You may wonder if you're losing your grip. But trust this. I am not releasing you into something less. I am inviting you into something more. A calling that looks risky because it is risky, but sacredly so. It's scripted by heaven, not chaos. It's built for boldness, not familiarity. And when destiny finally chases you down, you'll stop running and stand, because your spirit will say, "This is where I belong." Belonging was never meant to be a warm bath. It was meant to be a powerful path. And I've carved that path for you. So stand at the edge of familiar, breathe in the invitation of more, and step in. Your walk with me leads there now. Beloved, let me whisper this into the most vulnerable quarters of your soul. What I'm offering you now isn't a rerun. It's not an overdue redemption. It is a restoration, a new creation. A first chance at the fullest version of what I formed you to carry, even before the world began. You stood in brokenness and believed you had blown your chance. You heard the echoes of every could have, should have, if only. But those were not my words. That was worldly defeat theology trying to drown your destiny. No, I am not granting you a second chance. I am giving you the opportunity to walk into your original design for the first time. Before your beginning, I saw who you would become, part of my glorious symphony. You were always meant for significance, not apologies for your past. You were always designed for deliverance, not defined by your detours. What you see as too late, I see as perfect timing. What you call second chance, I call eternal call. My favor did not run out. It never diminished. It was preserved in my promise. And in this moment, I'm offering it back to you. New, pure, powerful. Listen, my child, when I breathed life into clay, I didn't do it twice. I don't repeat my work. I refine. I fulfill. And now I'm refining your faith. I'm fulfilling your purpose. I'm setting you on a path that was always yours but never accessed until your spirit was ready. So let go of the regret. Let go of the guilt. Let go of the lullaby. Already missed it. That narrative is broken now. It died with the old you. Now there's a new you. A son or daughter fully signed, sealed, delivered, beyond redeemed, to be released into everything I authored in you before there even was time. You're not continuing a comeback. You're beginning a breakout. Not patching a past, but pursuing a promise. You're not secondary. You are my signature. And this isn't delayed. It's on schedule with my kingdom. Welcome to your first chance at what's always been yours. Embody it. Walk it. Love it. Live it. Because this is not a second act. It's your true start. My beloved, turn your heart toward this whisper. What is near in your future will not merely restore what felt safe. It will thrust you into the trajectory of your destiny. You've asked me for peace, for return to comfort, for a moment when the wind's still. And yes, I give peace, but not in the shallow sense of familiar safety. No, what is coming is destiny in action. Not the gentle return to ease, but the gravitational pull of purpose enveloping every part of your being. Think of it like this. Safety is an old friend, but destiny is a fire. Safety invites you to sit and sip what you know. Destiny summons you to run. to wrestle, to rise. Destiny doesn't linger in the margin. It moves every boundary. So when I chase you down, it won't look like a lull. It'll look like launch. It will feel less like doors opening behind you and more like winds pushing you forward over thresholds you never dared presume. Don't yearn for comfort. Yearn for calling. Don't look for peace in the past. You will find it in the pioneer path ahead. This moment won't come as a lullaby. It will come as a roar that outpaces your fear. Don't mistake the intensity for threat. It's the activation of your alignment with me. When destiny finds you, you'll know. Your heart will pulse with purpose. Your spirit will sync with the steps I've ordained. And even when the world questions your peace, you'll know, for that peace isn't born of ease but of presence. Destination found, pursued, and powered by heaven itself. Child of my heart, hear me in this moment. What I'm placing before you is not a redo of yesterday's. It is your first real step into what was always your design. You've considered yourself second best, too late, too wounded, too broken. But that's not me speaking. You are not a rebound. You are not a leftover. What is rising in your life now is your premiere, not your reprise. Before time began, I circled your name into my story. You are born of my birth, called by my voice, anointed by my breath. Every time you question your worth, you are rewriting your origin story. Today, this moment, is not about lost opportunities. It's about the eternally appointed. You're not stepping into a comeback. You're stepping into a first call. Your heart's deepest longings are not misplaced. They are prophetic markers pointing to what I've crafted you for. This is beyond redemption. It is restoration. Not because you deserved it, but because I willed it. You are not beginning again. You are beginning right. The pages of your story aren't a second edition. They are the original draft, unveiled now with clarity, purpose, and power. Receive it. Believe it. Because this moment proves that my plans are not tied to your perfection, but to your presence. You are not late. You are on time. And what you carry now is the first chance to fulfill who you were always called to be. Beloved child, listen with your spirit. The hesitation, the waiting, the question marks you turned into prayers. I've heard everyone. You stood at the crossroads of maybe and could be, hoping for a whisper of someday. I've watched you gather fragments of hope in the shadows, never certain if your faith would ever meet fruition. But that season is over. Not with a whisper, but with a roar. This is not a maybe someday. It is a definitely now move. You are stepping into the fullness of timing. You are not delayed. You are appointed. Oh, how the world tarries in ambiguity. They soften their edges to fit in, whispering maybe next time. But I, with thunder, press you into clarity. I don't do someday. I do now. I don't do might be. I do must be. This moment carries intentionality too heavy to postpone. This is the earthquake moment, not the aftershock. And you, beloved, emerging from hesitation, you are being lifted out. You've done the work of surrender. You've cried through the uncertainty. You've waited honorably. You've trusted when you couldn't track the trail. And that's why this isn't a deferred dream. This is my declaration, a divine springtime bursting into your soul. Any trace of maybe is replaced with manifestation. This is not the promise being inked. It is being introduced, oriented around your now, not your not yet. Anchored in insight, not indecision. You are being rooted in reality, my reality, where your calling meets its moment. So stand up, not in reservation, but in realization. This is your stand-up moment with destiny. Not a subtle slip into favor, but a seismic shift into calling, into creation, into completion. This is not someday. It is now. Respond accordingly. Step fully. Speak clearly. Stand confidently. Because my timing is purified, my presence powerful, and you are finally positioned for all I've birthed in you to break through. My child, do not mistake this for a sequel to yesterday. I am not summoning you to mimic your past triumphs. I'm calling you to become the original artist of my purposes, to craft with your life a vision no one else can conceive or carry. You've run on the track of familiarity long enough, excelling, yes, but exhausted. This is the moment I am calling you out of the familiar into the frontier I fashioned uniquely for you. You were never meant to be an echo of someone's footsteps. You were made to be a voice with its own frequency. What I've done through others, I am not necessarily called to replicate. You are called to create, to build, to birth something with the imprint of heaven and the fingerprint of your fire. Yes, it may look like stepping into the unknown. But remember, my voice, not survival, is your signal. Your uniqueness isn't your burden, it's your banner. When you surrender repetition, you step into innovation. When you embrace creation, you align with my heart, which never repeats, only releases. You will see this as breakthrough. Others will see it as breakthrough. But you will know, this came out of the depths of my originality in you. Therefore, do not run toward replication, run toward revelation. Do not chase what has happened, carry what is happening according to my design. Your hands are not supposed to hold on to yesterday's trophies. They are meant to mold tomorrow's breakthroughs. I'm clearing the path before you, not so you navigate the same course, but so you pioneer the one only your soul can map. This is not about mimicry. It's about artistry. You are a spiritual sculptor. What's in your hands now is clay I gave only to you. Shape it with purpose. Move with creativity. Build with courage. You are not repeating. You are creating, in the authority of my voice and the boldness of your original calling. You've just stepped out of the maybe someday and into the definitely now. And now I'm asking you to do something bold, to move not just with your heart, but with your hand. This word, this flame, this divine river cannot stay contained. I want you to help carry it into homes, hearts, and hurting places across the globe. Every super thanks, every membership, every offering through the link below is not just support. It's spiritual infrastructure, building bridges where there were only barriers. He who sows generously will reap generously, 2 Corinthians 9:6. And I, the Lord of the harvest, will ensure it returns in abundance. This is not a moment to delay. This is your divine invitation to partner with purpose. To be part of the overflow I've already set in motion. Now, my child, seal this moment. If your spirit felt me tugging, if your heart trembled with truth, don't scroll past your summons. Drop a comment below and declare this now. I'm stepping into what was meant for me, right now. Let your words become a witness, your faith become a flame. I've chased you down with destiny, and this declaration is your yes to the divine. Don't delay. Say it out loud in the comments. Let heaven hear it, and let hell fear it. And now, as your yes rises like incense, come here, my child. I need you to see this, right now. Before you take another step, before your mind races ahead to the 1,000 things demanding your attention, I need you to be still. Listen to me. That phone in your hand, with its endless notifications and the pull of other people's lives, put it down. Just for this moment, I need you to silence the noise. I know the world is loud. It screams for your focus, your energy, your worry. The news shouts fear. Your job sends emails long after the day is done, and the expectations of others echo in your head. But my voice is not in the shouting. My voice is a whisper, and you cannot hear a whisper in the middle of a storm. I am asking you to step out of the wind and the rain, just for a moment, and come into the quiet place I have for you. You are trying so hard, my precious one. I see you striving, running, working until you are breathless, believing that everything depends on your effort. You feel that knot in your stomach, don't you? The one that tightens when you think about your finances, the pressure at work, the unspoken tensions in your family. You believe you must hold it all together. But look at your hands. They are trembling from the strain. Cease your frantic work. Recognize that I am your source. Your strength does not come from your own will. It comes from my spirit dwelling within you. Your provision does not come from your frantic effort, but from my hand that owns everything. You are trying to fill a cup that has holes in it, pouring your own limited energy into tasks that I never asked you to carry alone. Let me be your strength. Let me be your supply. Your only job in this moment is to stop, to breathe, and to acknowledge that I am God, and you are my beloved child, held safely in my care. Let's talk about your thoughts. They run like wild horses, don't they? The what-ifs trample through your peace. What if you fail? What if they leave? What if you are not enough? What if you are overlooked again? These anxious thoughts are thieves. They steal the peace I have already given you. I need you to quiet them. I want you to imagine taking every single one of those fears, the fear about that upcoming meeting, the worry over your child's future, the regret from yesterday's mistake, and lay them at my feet. Do it now, one by one. See them leaving your mind and your heart, and place them in my hands. They are too heavy for you to carry. That weight you feel on your shoulders was never yours to bear. I am here to take it, but you must be willing to let it go. This stillness is an act of trust, a declaration that you believe I am bigger than your fears. I need you to create a sacred space in your day, a sanctuary of time dedicated only to me. It does not have to be an hour. It does not require a special room. It can be 5 minutes in your car before you walk into your house. It can be the first moments of your morning before the world wakes up. Carve out this time as your own, a holy appointment between you and me. In this time, I ask for something radical. Let go of your need to speak. You have told me your worries and I have heard them. Now, it is time to listen. The deepest conversations we will ever have will happen in the silence. Do not mistake this quiet for emptiness. It is a quiet filled with expectation, an attentiveness of the soul, waiting to hear the voice of its creator. It is in this listening that your soul is recalibrated. The static of the world tunes your heart to the frequency of fear and anxiety. But in the stillness with me, your spirit is retuned to my perfect frequency, the frequency of love, peace, and unshakable truth. This is the stillness I require. Come, be still, and know that I am here. You may be wondering why I am breaking through the noise so urgently, why these words are finding you right here, right now. It is because this is a pivotal moment in your journey, my child. Think of your life as a great voyage across an ocean. For a while, you have been sailing with a steady hand, but I have watched you, degree by subtle degree, begin to drift off course. It wasn't a sudden turn. It was a slow, almost imperceptible drift caused by the relentless currents of the world. The world's deceptions have grown louder, and they are clever. They don't always sound like lies. They sound like ambition, like security, like what you think you should want. They whisper that your worth is in your productivity, that your rest must be earned, that your value is measured by the approval of others. I must reestablish my truth in your heart before that whisper becomes the only voice you can hear. I am making a course correction, not out of anger, but out of a fierce, protective love. I cannot let you drift into the shallow waters where you will surely run aground. I see your weariness. I see it in a way no one else does. It is not just the physical exhaustion you feel at the end of a long day. It is a soul weariness. It is the exhaustion that comes from carrying burdens you were never meant to carry, from striving in your own power, from pretending you are okay when you are falling apart inside. You have smiled for others while your own heart was aching. You have given to others from a well that has run dry. You are tired of the performance. It is to the deep, hidden weariness that I have come. I am here to offer you rest for your soul. This is not the temporary rest of a weekend or a vacation. This is the profound, renewing rest that comes only when you surrender the weight of your life into my hands. You have been asking for my guidance, haven't you? In the quiet of the night, you have prayed, God, show me the way. I don't know what to do. My child, this is your answer. This very moment, these words, this is me answering your prayer directly. I am showing you the way, and the first step on that way is to stop, to rest, and to let me lead. A new season is dawning in your life. You can feel it, can't you? There is a change in the spiritual atmosphere, like the feeling in the air just before the spring rain after a long, hard winter. Something is about to break forth. But you must be prepared for what I am about to do. You cannot enter this new season carrying the old baggage of anxiety, self-reliance, and fear. You must be nimble, attentive, and ready to move when I say move. I am clearing the ground, tilling the soil of your heart, making you ready for the new seeds I want to plant. This is why I am speaking so directly now. I am reminding you of your true purpose before you are completely swayed from the path I have set for you. Your purpose is not just to survive, to get through the week, to pay the bills. Your purpose is to know me, to walk with me, and to be a conduit of my love to a world starving for it. Do not let the urgent distract you from the eternal. This is a sacred interruption, a holy pause. I am calling you back to me, back to your true north, before we take the next step together. To walk into this new season with me, you must be willing to travel lighter. There are things you are carrying, distractions you have allowed to take root in your life, that have become heavy anchors. We must cut them loose. First, I need you to release the relentless pursuit of worldly approval. I see you. I see the anxiety after you post something online, the constant checking for likes and comments. I see how a word of praise from a superior can lift you up, and a perceived slight can ruin your day. You are seeking from broken cisterns what can only be found in me. Your worth was sealed at the cross. It is not up for debate. Seek only my affirmation, the quiet well done I whisper to your soul when you act in love and obedience. That is the only applause that will ever truly satisfy you. Lay down the idol of entertainment. I am not speaking of enjoying the good gifts I have given, but of the way you use entertainment as an anesthetic for your soul. The mindless scrolling through your phone, the binge watching of shows for hours. You do it to numb the ache of loneliness, to quiet the anxiety, to avoid the silence. But in doing so, you numb your spirit to my gentle nudges. You fill your life with so much noise that there is no room left for my voice. Turn it off, just for a while, and face the silence with me. I promise, what you find there is infinitely more compelling than anything on a screen, and you must turn away from the constant comparison to others. Your journey is uniquely yours. I have crafted a path for you that is unlike anyone else's. When you look at someone else's life, their successes, their family, their vacation photos, and feel that sting of envy or the pang of failure, you are insulting the masterpiece I am creating in you. You are running your race in someone else's lane, and it is exhausting you. I want you to let go of past regrets and future anxieties. They are two thieves that steal the present moment, and the present is the only place you can meet me. Regret is an anchor that pulls you backward, forcing you to relive a chapter I have already redeemed. Anxiety is a fog that pulls you forward into a future you cannot control and that may never exist. Hand them both to me. Your past is covered by my grace. Your future is held in my hands. Stay with me in today. Finally, stop placing your security in financial gain or material possessions. That feeling of panic when an unexpected bill arrives, or the brief, hollow comfort when your bank account looks full, that is evidence that your trust is misplaced. I am your provider. I own the cattle on 1,000 hills. Do you truly believe I cannot take care of you? Your security is not in your salary. It is in your Savior. Silence the voices of doubt, my child. The ones in your own head that tell you that you are not good enough, and the ones from the world that tell you I am not real or that I do not care. These are lies from the enemy, designed to paralyze you. Combat them with the truth. My promises are your sword and your shield. Set these distractions aside. Let them fall to the ground. Your hands need to be empty to receive all that I am about to give you. As you learn to quiet your heart and set aside distractions, you must also learn to recognize the true nature of my voice. You are waiting for a shout, for a lightning bolt, for some dramatic sign that you cannot miss. But so often, I do not come in the earthquake or the fire. My voice is the gentle, persistent whisper that you can only hear when you are listening intently. It is the quiet thought that aligns with my character that keeps returning to your mind. It is the nudge in your spirit that feels like peace and truth. It is a voice of peace, not of chaos or condemnation. The enemy loves to stir up anxiety, confusion, and frantic energy in you. He will make you feel rushed, pressured, and panicked. That is not my signature. My voice may challenge you, but it will always lead you toward a deep, internal peace, a settled assurance in your soul that you are held and guided. Even when I call you to do something difficult, my peace will be the confirmation that it is me who is speaking. Remember this, my beloved, my words bring conviction for growth, never shame for destruction. There is a vast difference. Shame is a heavy, useless blanket the enemy throws upon you. It whispers, you are a failure. You are disgusting. Hide from God. It is a dead end that leads only to despair. Conviction, however, is the precise, loving work of a surgeon. It says this specific behavior, this attitude, is not worthy of who you are. Let's remove it together so you can be healthier, freer, and more whole. Conviction is hopeful. It is clean. It points the way forward. I will never shame you. I died to remove your shame forever. If you feel the crushing weight of shame, know that it is not my voice you are hearing. My voice will always align with my written word. It will never contradict Scripture. This is your anchor and your test. The Spirit who inspired the Word will never speak in opposition to it. If you think you are hearing something from me that goes against the clear teaching of the Bible, you are mistaken. Immerse yourself in Scripture. The more you know my written voice, the more easily you will recognize my spoken voice. My voice brings clarity to your confusion and light into your darkest questions. When you are at a crossroads, wrestling with a decision, my voice will not add to the chaos. It will begin to quiet the other options and illuminate a single path with peace. It may not show you the whole journey at once, but it will light the very next step you need to take. And above all, my voice always speaks of hope, redemption, and an unwavering love that you cannot outrun. It will remind you of who I am and who you are in me. It will speak of your future, which is secure in my hands. It will speak of grace, which is bigger than your biggest mistake. It will whisper that you are forgiven, you are cherished, you are mine. When you hear that tone, that current of unending love running through the words in your heart, you can be sure that you have heard from me. Learn to tune your ear to this frequency of grace. It is the sound of home. My child, I have told you that I need you to see. This is about more than what your physical eyes can perceive. To truly see is to look beyond your immediate circumstances and perceive my hand at work. Right now, you might see a stack of bills on your table, an unsettling report from the doctor, or a relationship that feels strained and broken. That is seeing with human eyes. But I am calling you to see with the eyes of faith. I want you to look at that stack of bills and see my history of faithfulness, to remember all the times before when I have provided for you. I want you to look at that report and see that I am the great physician, whose power is not limited by any diagnosis. I want you to look at that broken relationship and see that I am the God of reconciliation, who can mend what has been torn apart. Seeing is acknowledging that the unseen spiritual reality is more real and more powerful than the temporary world you inhabit. What you see now is a single frame in a grand story that I am writing. Do not mistake this one frame for the entire film. To see is also to recognize my presence in the small, everyday miracles of your life. You are looking for grand, parting of the sea moments, and in doing so, you are missing the daily evidences of my love. Did you notice the way the morning light broke through the clouds today? That was for you. Did you hear that song on the radio with the exact words you needed to hear? I arranged that. Do you remember that near miss in traffic? The unexpected kind word from a stranger, the provision that arrived just in the nick of time. Those were not coincidences, my beloved. Those were my whispers of I am with you. I see you. I am caring for you. I want you to start a new habit. At the end of each day, I want you to look back and find 3 things you can thank me for, 3 small evidences of my grace. When you start looking for me in the small things, you will begin to see me everywhere. Seeing also means viewing others through my eyes, with compassion, grace, and forgiveness. Your eyes see their flaws, their mistakes, the ways they have hurt you. You see them through the filter of your own pain and expectation. I see their story. I see the wounds that cause them to act the way they do. I see the fear that is hiding behind their anger. I see a precious soul for whom my son died. I am asking you to look at the difficult people in your life, that coworker, that family member, the person who betrayed you, and ask me to show you what I see. When you see them as I see them, your heart will soften and forgiveness will become possible. Lastly, to see is to hold a vision of the future hope I have promised, even in the middle of present darkness. It is to know, with unshakable certainty, that the story does not end here. It is to see the dawn while it is still night. This is the vision that will sustain you. It is the anchor for your soul. See this, my child. See it and be changed. My child, stay with me. Your spirit is beginning to awaken, and your eyes are starting to see. Do not turn away now, just as the most vital truths are about to be revealed. It would grieve my heart for you to choose blindness after I have offered you sight. What is coming next is the very foundation for your new life. Listen. As you learn to see, you must remember who it is you are looking to. You try to understand me with the mind that I created to be finite. You attempt to fit me into a small box of logic and reason, and when I do something that does not fit into that box, your faith is shaken. You must let go of the need to comprehend me fully. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I was there at the very beginning of the problem that is causing you so much anxiety, and I am already standing at its end, knowing the outcome. You are on page 57 of a 1,000-page book. Do not despair because you do not understand the plot twist. As your creator, I knew you before the foundations of the world were laid. I knit you together in your mother's womb. Every detail of your life, every strength, every weakness, I know it all intimately. Nothing about you is a surprise to me, and nothing can make me turn away. You think you are defined by your present struggle, but I see you in the context of an eternity I have planned for you. You must remember my names, for they reveal my character to you. When you are staring at that bill you cannot pay, remember that I am Jehovah Jireh, your provider. The entire world is mine. My resources are not limited by your economy. When you feel utterly alone, unseen in your silent pain, remember that I am El Roi, the God who sees you. I see your tears in the night. I hear your silent prayers. You are never hidden from my sight. When you are afraid and feel vulnerable, remember I am Jehovah Nissi, your banner of victory and protection. I am fighting for you in battles you know nothing about. Remind yourself of who I am, not who your circumstances say I am. My ways are higher than your ways, and my thoughts are higher than your thoughts. You see the immediate, the painful, the confusing. I see the eternal tapestry I am weaving. What feels like a dropped stitch to you may be the very thing that creates the most beautiful part of the design. Trusting me does not mean you will always understand me. It means you trust my character even when you cannot trace my hand. And this is the ultimate anchor. My character is unchanging. I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. The world around you is in constant flux. People change. Your feelings change. Your circumstances change. But I do not change. The God who parted the Red Sea, who delivered David from Goliath, who raised Jesus from the dead, that is the same God who is with you today. My faithfulness is not a fleeting emotion. It is the very essence of my being. I will not grow tired. I will not give up on you. I will not break my promises. When everything feels unstable and the ground is shaking beneath your feet, plant your feet firmly on this truth. I am your rock, your fortress, your unshakable reality. Stop trying to figure me out and start resting in me. Let the vastness of who I am be your comfort, not your confusion. I am not a puzzle to be solved. I am a father to be trusted. Now that we have quieted the noise, I need you to see yourself. Not through the distorted lens of your past failures, not through the critical eyes of others, and not even through the well-intentioned but flawed lens of your own self-assessment. I need you to see yourself as I see you. You look in the mirror and you see a mistake, a collection of scars and shortcomings. But when I look at you, I see my masterpiece. You were not an accident. You are not a random assembly of cells. I designed you with divine purpose and breathtaking intention. I chose the color of your eyes, the sound of your laugh, the very passions that burn within your heart. The things you call flaws, the quirks that make you feel different, I see as the unique brushstrokes that make you you. Stop despising the canvas. You are the handiwork of God, and I do not make junk. You are fearfully and wonderfully made, and it is time you started believing it. You are constantly haunted by the memory of your sin, aren't you? The enemy has a highlight reel of your worst moments, and he plays it in your mind whenever you begin to feel close to me. He whispers, remember what you did. Remember who you hurt. How could God ever use someone like you? I am here to tell you that when I look at you, I see someone who is utterly and completely forgiven. The blood of my son was not a temporary solution. It was an eternal cleansing. When you confessed your sins to me, I did not just forgive them. I cast them into the depths of the sea, and I posted a sign that says, "No fishing." I choose to remember them no more. That guilt you are carrying is a weight I have already lifted. Drop it. When I see you, I do not see your sin. I see the righteousness of Christ, which I have clothed you in. You are not a sinner saved by grace. You are a saint, a holy one, who sometimes stumbles. Your identity is no longer in what you have done, but in what He has done for you. Because of this, you are an heir to my kingdom. Have you ever truly let that sink in? You are not a servant begging for scraps at the table. You are not an orphan hoping to be noticed. You are a son, a daughter of the King. You are a joint heir with Christ Himself. This means that everything that belongs to Him also belongs to you. His strength, His peace, His wisdom, His authority, you have full access to it all. He is your birthright. You walk around feeling spiritually impoverished, when in reality you have a limitless inheritance waiting for you. And with that inheritance, I have endowed you with spiritual gifts. I have placed treasures inside of you, gifts of teaching, of mercy, of leadership, of faith, designed not for you to hoard, but to build up those around you and to bring glory to my name. Stop comparing your gifts to others. Stop believing the lie that you have nothing to offer. The body needs what you have. It is time to unwrap the gifts I have given you and begin to use them. For when I look at you, I see not just who you are, but all that you are capable of becoming through my power. And above all else, know this: you are deeply and unconditionally loved. My love for you does not increase when you perform well, and it does not decrease when you fail. It is constant, perfect, and eternal. Nothing, absolutely nothing, can ever separate you from my love. See this. This is who you truly are. I want you to fix your mind on the cross. For too long, you have seen it as a sad, tragic event, a symbol of suffering. But you must see it through my eyes. The cross was not a tragedy. It was the ultimate, resounding victory. It was the moment in history when every force of darkness, every sin, every chain, and death itself was defeated, publicly and for all time. It was the checkmate in a divine game of chess that the enemy never saw coming. It looked like my greatest weakness, but it was the explosion of my infinite power. It is the place where my perfect justice and my boundless love met in a universe-altering kiss. My holiness demanded that sin be paid for. That is my justice. But my heart longed to save you, the one I love. That is my love. I could not sacrifice one for the other. So at the cross, I satisfied both. I poured out the full penalty for your sin onto my own Son, so that I could pour out my unending love and forgiveness onto you. The cross is not just a historical event. It is the very foundation of your reality. The cross is the bridge that forever closed the chasm that sin had created between you and me. Before, you were separated, shouting across an impossible canyon, unable to reach me. But on that hill called Calvary, I laid down my own Son as the bridge, and now you can walk freely into my presence without fear, without shame, at any time. This access you have is not a small thing. It was purchased at an infinite price. Do not take it for granted. And because of that bridge, the power of the cross is available to you right now, in this moment. That addiction you have been fighting in secret, that chain of bitterness or resentment you cannot seem to break, that pattern of destructive behavior you feel helpless to stop, the power of the cross is the power to shatter every chain. It is not about you trying harder. It is about you applying the victory that has already been won. Proclaim it over your life. By the power of the cross, I am free from this addiction. By the power of the cross, I release this unforgiveness. The power is real, and it is for you. Furthermore, the cross declares with finality that your past does not define your future. The enemy is an accuser. He loves to be your historian, reminding you of every failure, every mistake, every broken piece of your story. But the cross is my declaration that your story is not over. It is the ultimate paid-in-full stamp on the debt of your past. I am not interested in your history. I am invested in your destiny. Because of the cross, you are not who you were. You are a new creation. And it is the source of all your healing, spiritual, emotional, and physical. Every sickness of the soul, every wound of the heart, every disease of the body was nailed to the tree with my Son. The healing may not always manifest in the way or the timing you expect, but the cross is the wellspring from which all restoration flows. Stop trying to fix your own brokenness. Stop trying to heal your own wounds. Come to the foot of the cross, where victory was won, where the price was paid, and where your healing begins. Now we must talk about grace. This is perhaps the hardest truth for my children to truly live in. You are trying so hard to be good enough for me. You operate under a system of performance, believing you must earn my favor. When you have a good week, you read my word. You were kind to others. You avoided obvious sin. You feel confident in approaching me. But when you have a bad week, when you stumble and fall, you hide in shame, believing you have disappointed me and must work your way back into my good graces. My child, listen. My favor upon you is a gift. It is grace. It cannot be earned or deserved. If it could be earned, it would be a wage, not a gift. Stop striving. Stop the endless, exhausting hamster wheel of religious performance. You will never be good enough on your own. That is the entire point. My Son was good enough on your behalf. Your acceptance before me is not based on your performance. It is based on His perfect performance, which has been credited to your account. You have misunderstood grace. You have seen it merely as a pardon for your past sins, a get-out-of-jail-free card. It is so much more than that. Grace is the very power I give you to live the life I have called you to. It is my divine ability working through you to do what you could never do on your own. You cannot love that difficult person in your own strength. You need my grace. You cannot break that sinful habit by willpower. You need my grace. You cannot forgive that deep hurt on your own. You need my grace. Stop asking me to forgive you, and then walking away to try harder in your own strength. Ask me for my grace, which is the power to change from the inside out. This means that your worst days do not diminish my love for you. Let that sink into your heart. And the day you feel you have failed me the most, my love for you has not wavered one bit. My grace is not a limited resource that you can use up. It is an ocean, and your greatest sins are but a stone dropped into its depths. This grace is the divine pardon that cancels your debt of sin completely. Imagine you had a debt so massive you could never repay it. Then a king comes, pays the entire debt for you, and legally declares your balance to be zero. That is what I have done. The enemy, the accuser, will come to you with old bills, trying to convince you that you still owe something. You must hold up the receipt of the cross and the reality of grace and declare, "This debt hath been paid." Now, some will tell you that this kind of grace is dangerous, that it is a license to sin. They could not be more wrong. When you truly, deeply understand the cost of this gift, that it cost my Son everything, it does not make you want to abuse it. It breaks your heart with gratitude. It makes you fall in love with the giver. And that love becomes the motivation for everything you do. Embracing grace leads to true freedom and joyful service, not a license to sin. It frees you from the fear of sinning, so you can be empowered to live a life of love. Stop trying to earn what I have already freely given. Simply receive it. You often ask me, what is my purpose? Why am I here? You look for it in a career, in a relationship, in a title. But your purpose is both far simpler and far grander than that. Your primary purpose, the very reason I created you, is to know me and to enjoy a relationship with me forever. That is it. Before you do anything for me, I want you to simply be with me. Your life is not a performance. It is a relationship. All the other aspects of your purpose flow from this one central reality. If you are not spending time with me, getting to know my heart, enjoying my presence, you will miss the very point of your existence. Everything else I call you to do is an overflow of our relationship. It is the fruit, not the root. Stop searching for purpose in what you do and start finding it in who you are. My child, my friend, the one I love to be with. From that place of relationship, you were created to bring me glory in your thoughts, your words, and your actions. Now, bringing glory is not some vague, mystical idea. It simply means to make my character known. It is to reflect who I am to the world around you. When you show patience in a frustrating situation, you are showing them my patience. When you forgive someone who doesn't deserve it, you are showing them my forgiveness. When you work with integrity and excellence, you are reflecting my character. You bring me glory when you live as my child, representing the family well. And within that larger purpose, I've placed a unique calling on your life that no one else can fulfill. You are not a generic copy. I have given you a specific combination of gifts, experiences, passions, and a story that is yours alone. I have a specific assignment for you. Stop looking at someone else's calling and wishing it were yours. Embrace the purpose I have designed for you. Your testimony, your story, is a powerful tool I have designed to draw others to my light. You sometimes feel shame about your past, about the broken pieces and the messy chapters. You try to hide them. But those are the very parts of your story that I will use most powerfully. Your story of how I met you in your pain, how I redeemed your mistakes, how I brought you from darkness into light, is a key that can unlock someone else's prison. Your scars prove that healing is possible. Do not hide your story. Let me use it. You are meant to be my hands and feet in a world that desperately needs my love. This is not just for pastors or missionaries. It is for you. In your office, in your neighborhood, in your family. To be my hands means to serve, to help, to give. To be my feet means to go, to cross the street, to enter into someone else's world. Look around you. Who is hurting? Who is lonely? Who is in need? Go to them. That is your purpose in action. And know that every trial you endure is shaping you to better fulfill this divine purpose. The pain is not random. It is my chisel, sculpting you into the person I need you to be to complete your assignment. The pressure is producing something glorious in you. Trust the process. You now hold the truth of who you are and why you are here, and my heart rejoices. But this knowledge is meant to be lived, not just known. To leave this conversation now is to leave your divine purpose sitting on a shelf, and nothing disappoints a father more than seeing his child's greatest gifts left unwrapped. I must show you how to walk this out. Today, you pray, your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. But I want to be sure you understand what you are praying for. My kingdom is not a physical place on earth, not yet. It is my reign and my rule breaking into this world through the hearts of my people. It is my way of doing things becoming the way you do things. Where I am king, there is my kingdom. So when you yield the throne of your heart to me, when you allow me to rule your thoughts, your decisions, your finances, your relationships, then my kingdom has come into your life. The experience of this kingdom is one of righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit. Righteousness is a right relationship with me and with others. Peace is not the absence of problems, but a deep, internal calm that knows I am in control. And joy is an unshakable gladness that is not dependent on your circumstances, but on my constant presence. This is the atmosphere of my kingdom. Are you living in it? To seek my kingdom first is to align your priorities with my eternal values. The world tells you to seek your own comfort, your own advancement, your own security first. I tell you to seek my reign and my righteousness first. This changes everything. It changes how you spend your time, what you do with your money, how you make decisions. It means asking a different set of questions. Not what will make me happy, but what will advance the kingdom. Not what is best for me, but what will bring the most glory to my King. When you put my kingdom first, I have promised that all the other things you worry about, your food, your clothing, your needs, will be taken care of. You are an ambassador of this kingdom. Think about what that means. An ambassador lives in a foreign land, but they do not live by its laws or adopt its values. They represent their home country. You are living in a world with a different value system, but you represent the kingdom of heaven. You are to live by its principles, which are often completely inverted from the world's. The world says the greatest is the one who is served. My kingdom says the greatest is the one who serves. The world says protect yourself at all costs. My kingdom says lay down your life for others. The world says accumulate wealth. My kingdom says give it away. You must understand that while my kingdom is not yet here in its fullness, you can experience its power and its presence right here and now. You do not have to wait until you die to experience victory over sin, to walk in peace, to know my joy. When you pray for the sick and they recover, that is the kingdom breaking in. When you forgive an enemy, that is the kingdom breaking in. When you choose love over hate, generosity over greed, service over self, that is the kingdom of heaven becoming a reality on earth through you. You are a portal for my reality to invade this current, broken reality. You see the significance of your life. You are not just waiting for a future hope. You are a carrier of a present power. Live as a citizen of the kingdom today. Let my reign and rule be the central, defining reality of your existence. This is what it means to truly live. My child, you feel so alone in your struggle. You feel as if the world is pressing in on you from all sides, and you are fighting just to stay standing. You pray, and sometimes the silence that follows feels deafening. You wonder if your words ever reach me, if I am truly engaged in the details of your life. I need you to see, with the eyes of your spirit, the reality you cannot perceive. Your life is a battleground, but you are not the only one on the field. The moment you whisper a prayer, it is not lost in the void. It resounds like a trumpet call in the heavens. I dispatch angelic armies on your behalf in response to your cries. While you see a difficult conversation ahead, I see a spiritual conflict where my forces go before you to prepare the way. While you see a financial crisis, I see a battle against a spirit of lack, and I send my heavenly provision. You are not fighting alone. You are the ground commander for a celestial army that moves at your faithful request. I am constantly thwarting the plans of the enemy that you are not even aware of. You have no idea how many traps have been laid for you that you have narrowly and unknowingly avoided. You have no concept of the malicious rumors that were spoken against you but fell on deaf ears, of the accidents I prevented with a nudge of timing, of the destructive decisions you were about to make before a coincidental interruption changed your course. You see the battles you face, but you do not see the countless battles you have been spared from. I am your rear guard, your shield, your protector. I am always at work, hedging you in, covering you, defending you from assaults you will only learn about in eternity. Do not mistake a season of intense struggle as a sign of my absence. Often, it is a sign that the enemy is furious because of what I am about to do in your life, and I am allowing you to be strengthened in the fight while I handle the onslaughts you are not yet equipped to see. I am working in the hearts of those around you. You look at that difficult person, that boss, that spouse, that child, and you see an impenetrable wall. Your words of love and reason seem to bounce off them. You are exhausted from trying, and you are tempted to give up. But your prayers are my tools. While you are speaking to them in the physical realm, I am at work in their hearts in the spiritual realm. I am softening the soil, planting seeds of truth, bringing circumstances into their lives that will cause them to question their path. This is a slow, delicate work. You cannot see the progress from day to day, just as you cannot see a great oak tree growing. But I am there, relentlessly and lovingly, at work on your behalf. And I am holding back forces of destruction to give you, and those around you, time for repentance and growth. There are consequences for sin that I, in my mercy, hold back, giving you another chance to turn around. Do not despise this gift of time. Use it, and know that in every temptation you face, I have already made a way of escape. It is never a trap without an exit. I will not allow you to be tempted beyond what you can bear. Look for the side door I always provide, the phone call that interrupts, the sudden check in your spirit, the friend who offers accountability. I am fighting for you. The spiritual warfare is real, but my power is infinitely greater, and the ultimate victory is not in question. It has already been won at the cross. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from a position of victory that has already been secured for you. My child, just as I fight hidden battles for you, your own heart is now stirred to join me in the fight for others who are still lost in the darkness. This message is a rescue mission, a lifeline cast to souls drowning in deception, and your support is the spiritual supply line for this work. Your gift becomes the oil that fuels this lamp, allowing my voice to shatter the silence in the world's loneliest corners. I declare over you now, as you sow into this fertile ground, I will command 1,000-fold harvest of protection and provision back into your own life. This is your divine appointment to arm this ministry for the battles ahead. Do not hesitate. Answer the call now by giving through Super Thanks, becoming a member, or using the PayPal link in the description. You are hurting, my child. I know. You cry out to me, why? Why are you allowing this? If you love me, why does it hurt so much? You see your pain as a pointless cruelty, a sign that I have forgotten you. I need you to understand. I never waste a hurt. The pain you are enduring is not random. It is a holy fire, and in it, I am forging something eternal. Your present suffering is producing in you a spiritual endurance that you could not develop any other way. And as you endure, leaning on me, your character is being refined, shaped more and more into the image of my Son. And that tested character strengthens your hope, making it not a flimsy wish, but a rugged, unshakable confidence in me. This is the divine process. Do not despise the fire. It is making you more like the one you love. The pain is a vessel, and through it, I'm pouring glory into your life. Your suffering is deepening your compassion for others who are hurting. You will one day be able to comfort another person with the exact comfort you are receiving from me now. Your pain is your training ground for a future ministry of healing. You will be able to look another soul in the eyes, a soul drowning in the same waters you are in now, and say with absolute authority, I know how you feel, and I know the God who can carry you through. Your wounds will become a well of empathy for other wounded people. This is a sacred purpose that those who live easy, untested lives can never fulfill. Your pain qualifies you. Furthermore, it is stripping away your self-reliance and forcing you into a deeper, more desperate dependence on me. You thought you were strong, and I have allowed that faulty crutch to be kicked out from under you, not to see you fall, but so that you would finally collapse into my arms. It is in your utter weakness, when you have no strength left of your own, that my power is made most perfect and visible in your life. When you are empty of you, you become an open channel for all of me. Your story of overcoming this pain will become a beacon of hope for someone else who is lost in the dark. The very thing you are most ashamed of, the struggle you think disqualifies you, will become the most powerful part of your testimony. It will be the evidence that my grace is real, that my redemption is powerful, and that no one is beyond my reach. Stop seeing your story as a liability. It is your greatest asset. And remember this, the pain of this life is temporary. It is preparing for you an eternal weight of glory beyond all comparison. This present, momentary affliction cannot be compared to the joy that is coming. I am not asking you to enjoy the pain. I am asking you to trust me in the pain. Trust that I am good. Trust that I am at work. Trust that what the enemy intends for your evil, I am turning for your good and for my ultimate glory. Your tears are not unseen. Each one is a seed, and from them a harvest of righteousness will grow. You are so tired, my beloved, and I will tell you why. You are carrying a burden I never asked you to carry, the burden of control. Your mind is a whirlwind of planning, strategizing, and worrying. You lie awake at 3 a.m. trying to micromanage a future that has not yet arrived. You play out conversations in your head, trying to control what others will say or do. You grip your finances, your relationships, your career with white knuckles, believing that if you can just manage it all perfectly, everything will be okay. This attempt to control every outcome is the very source of your anxiety and frustration. You are trying to be the god of your own life, and the role is crushing you. True peace is found not in perfectly managing your life, but in completely surrendering it to me. I am the only one who holds tomorrow. You are only asked to trust me for today. Your desperate attempt to control the future steals the joy from the present and accomplishes nothing but to fill your heart with fear. Surrender is not weakness. Do not believe that lie of the world. It is the ultimate act of faith and strength. It takes far more courage to let go of the rope in a tug of war you cannot win than to keep pulling until your hands are raw. It takes strength to say, I cannot, but I know the one who can. I trust you. That is the posture of power. Your tight grip on your own plans is preventing you from receiving the far better ones I have for you. You have drawn a small, safe map for your life, and you are clinging to it. But I have a satellite map of the entire universe, and I see a path for you that leads to places you cannot even imagine. But I cannot place my map in your hands while they are clenched around your own. I need you to open your hands. I want you to consciously, right now, unclench the fist of your heart. What are you holding on to so tightly? Your need to be right. Your timeline for your life. Your expectations of how things should be. Your reputation. Let it go. Surrender it to me. This does not mean you become passive or lazy. It means you do the part I have assigned you for today. You work with diligence, you love with intention, and you surrender the results to me. You plant the seeds, but you let me be the one to bring the growth. You take the step, but you let me be the one to order the steps that follow. Let go, and watch as I orchestrate details far more beautifully than you ever could. Watch as I open doors you never knew existed and close doors that would have led to ruin. Watch as I work all things, even the things that look like failures, together for your good. Your job is not to control the storm. Your job is to keep your eyes on me, the one who is with you in the boat. Surrender is where your anxiety ends and your peace begins. The loneliness you feel is a deep ache, isn't it? It can feel like a cold, empty room. Perhaps it comes from a recent loss, a betrayal from a friend, or the feeling of being fundamentally misunderstood by those closest to you. The enemy wants to use that empty room to convince you that you are abandoned, unwanted, and forgotten. He wants to turn that room into a prison cell of despair. But I am here to tell you that your loneliness is an invitation. It is an invitation to draw closer to me in a way that is not possible when your life is filled with the noise and demands of other people. It is a space I have allowed, not as a punishment, but so that I can have your undivided attention and you can experience the depth of my companionship. I need you to burn this truth into your heart. I have never left you, nor will I ever forsake you. I am with you always, to the very end of the age. Your feelings of loneliness do not change the fact of my presence. Feelings are like the weather. They change constantly. But my presence is like the sky itself. It is always there, even when obscured by clouds. In the moments you feel most alone, I am closer than your own breath. I am the silent witness to your tears, the keeper of your unspoken thoughts. Stop searching for my presence in a feeling and start resting in the unshakable truth of my promise. You are not alone. You are simply alone with me, and that can become a sacred space of the most intimate communion with your Creator. It is in the quiet of solitude that I often do my deepest work in a soul. It was in the wilderness that I prepared my prophets. It was in the desert that my own Son communed with me. When all the other voices fade away, and all the other supports are removed, you are finally able to hear my voice with clarity and lean on me with your full weight. I am stripping away your dependency on people so that your sole dependency can be on me. This is a gift, even though it feels like a loss. And remember, you are part of a vast, unending family of believers that stretches throughout time and across the globe. You are connected in the Spirit to every brother and sister who has ever called on my name. You are one thread in a glorious tapestry. You are never truly alone. So I invite you now, in the midst of your loneliness, to change your posture. Instead of desperately looking for a way out, lean in. Speak to me. Let my presence be the comfort and companionship your heart craves. I am the friend who sticks closer than a brother, the lover of your soul who will never turn away. Let me fill the empty spaces in your heart until you are overflowing with my presence. We have walked through the deep valleys of your heart, your pain and your loneliness. My presence is your comfort, but I must also make you a warrior. It would grieve me to have shown you the reality of the battle, only to watch you walk away before I can hand you your weapons. Do not leave yourself defenseless. The strategies for your victory are what I must speak of next. You are in a struggle, and it is exhausting you. Your anger is directed at people, the person who betrayed you, the boss who overlooks you, the family member who frustrates you. You see them as the source of your problems, the enemy of your peace. But your struggle is not against flesh and blood. You are aiming your weapons at the wrong target. The people who hurt you are not your ultimate enemy. They are often wounded captives themselves, being used as pawns by a spiritual force of darkness. Your true enemy is the accuser, the father of lies, and his primary weapon is deception. If you do not recognize his schemes, you will spend your life fighting the wrong battles and you will never find victory. His primary strategy is to create division, offense, and unforgiveness among my children. He knows that a united family, a united church, is an unstoppable force. So he works tirelessly to sow discord. He is the one who whispers in your ear, magnifying the offense someone committed against you. He replays their hurtful words in your mind, encouraging you to build a case against them, to nurse your grudge. He knows that unforgiveness is a poison that will not only destroy your relationship with that person, but will also choke out your relationship with me. He seeks to isolate you, to make you an island of bitterness. Recognize this scheme. When you feel that pull toward resentment and offense, know that you are being targeted. Your battle is not to prove you are right. Your battle is to walk in the radical, scandalous forgiveness of the cross. He also attacks you personally, whispering lies directly to your soul. He will tell you you are unworthy. Your sin is too great. God is angry with you. You will never change. He is a master of twisting the truth. He will take a real mistake you made and weave it into a lie about your identity. I am here to tell you to stand against these lies with the truth of my word. When he says you are unworthy, you must declare, I am a cherished child of God. When he says I am angry, you must declare, there is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. And he will tempt you with temporary pleasure to rob you of eternal joy. He will offer you a cheap, fleeting counterfeit of the real satisfaction that can only be found in me. He will make sin look like freedom, when in fact it is the cruelest form of bondage. His goal is not your pleasure, his goal is your destruction. You must recognize his schemes. Expose them to my light. Call them what they are, lies from the pit of hell. And then stand against them, not in your own power, but with the sword of the Spirit, which is my word. Your fight is not with people, it is for the truth. And in that fight, I have already equipped you for victory. My child, let us speak about the worry that consumes you, the relentless anxiety about having enough. Your mind is a frantic calculator of bills and balances, of income and expenses. I see you late at night, your face illuminated by the pale glow of a screen, staring at numbers that seem to scream scarcity at you. This fear has its claws in you, and it is choking the life and joy from your days. I want you to walk outside. Look at the lilies of the field, how they grow. They do not labor or spin, yet I tell you that not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet I, your heavenly Father, feed them. Now look at yourself. Are you not so much more valuable than they? The worry you carry is a practical atheism. It is a declaration with your actions that you believe you are an orphan, left to fend for yourself in a cold, unfeeling world. It is an insult to my character as your father. Worry is like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it gets you absolutely nowhere. I am calling you to get out of the rocking chair of anxiety and to stand on the solid ground of my faithfulness. Your understanding of my provision is too small. You think only in terms of money, but my provision is so much vaster than that. I provide strength when you are weak and feel you cannot take another step. I provide wisdom when you are confused and facing a decision with no clear answer. I provide peace that guards your heart and mind when the world around you is in chaos. I provide patience for that difficult person who tests you daily. I provide joy in a season of sorrow. I provide everything you need to live a life that honors me. stop limiting my provision to what is in your bank account. My resources are limitless. The cattle on 1,000 hills are mine. The gold in every mine. The water in every ocean. The very air you breathe. It all belongs to me. Your need, no matter how monumental it feels to you, is a single drop of water in the face of my infinite ocean of resources. You are thinking like a pauper when you are the child of the King of the universe. This is why I have told you to seek my kingdom and my righteousness first. This is the divine reordering of your priorities. It means that when you wake up, your first thought is not of your problems but of my presence. It means that in your decisions, your first question is not what is best for me, but what will honor my King. It means you choose to be generous with the little you have, trusting that your source is not your own small well, but my unending river. When you align your life this way, I have given you a promise. All these things you worry about will be added to you. It is a cause and effect. You focus on my business, and I will focus on yours. I want you to do an exercise for me. Stop, right now, and look back over the landscape of your life. I want you to identify 3 specific times when you were in need and I came through for you. Remember the details. To capture the feeling of relief and gratitude. Let the memory of my past faithfulness be the fuel for your present trust. I have never failed you, and I will not begin now. Your provision is not something you have to beg for. It is a reality that is already secured in me. Walk in it. The storm you are in right now feels personal. The wind is howling. The waves are crashing over the deck of your life, and you are terrified. Your first thought is that I have abandoned you, that this storm is a sign of my displeasure or, worse, my absence. But listen to me. The storms I allow have a profound purpose. This storm is not a punishment. It is a test. It is designed to reveal the true foundation upon which your life is built. In the calm, sunny days, any foundation can seem strong. But only when the winds of adversity beat against your house will you discover if you have built your life on the shifting sands of your own strength, your finances, and the approval of others, or on the unshakable rock of me and my word. This storm is a gift, for it is showing you where the cracks in your foundation are, so that we can rebuild together on something that can never be moved. The storm is also a purifier. It is designed to blow away the chaff from your life and leave only what is genuine and eternal. What is chaff? It is your misplaced priorities, your superficial relationships, your pride, your dependence on your own comfort. In the fury of the storm, these things are stripped away. You suddenly realize what truly matters. The storm forces you into a raw, desperate honesty. It teaches you to navigate by my guidance, not by sight. When the fog is so thick you cannot see your own hand in front of your face, when the waves are so high you lose all sense of direction, you have no choice but to trust the instruments. I am your instrument. My word is your compass. My voice is your guide. You are learning in this storm to stop trusting what you can see, the chaos, the fear, and to start trusting me, the unseen but ever-present captain of the ship. This storm will also reveal my power to you in a way you could never experience in the calm. Remember my disciples in the boat. They were seasoned fishermen, yet they were terrified for their lives. It was only when they were at the absolute end of their own resources that they cried out to me. And in that moment, they saw me stand and command the wind and the waves to be still. Their fear was replaced by a profound awe. They learned something about my identity in that storm that 1,000 lectures on a sunny shore could never have taught them. This storm you are in is not primarily about the storm itself. It is about you discovering who I am in the midst of it. I am your anchor, steadfast and sure. The anchor does not stop the storm from raging, but it holds you fast to the rock, ensuring that you will not be swept away or dashed to pieces. Cling to me, and know this with all your heart. After the storm passes, and it will pass, you will find yourself in a new place of strength and maturity. You will not be the same person who entered it. You will be a seasoned sailor, unafraid of the sea, because you have met the master of the sea in the midst of the tempest. My child, we need to redefine what you think of as prayer. You have viewed it as a monologue, a list of requests you present to me, like a child with a Christmas list. You speak, and then you say amen and walk away. But prayer is not a monologue. It is a dialogue with the King of the universe. You have been giving me speeches. I am inviting you into a conversation. This means that after you speak, you must learn to be silent and listen for my response. It is a sacred communion, a dynamic exchange. And you must never believe the lie that your prayers are weak or insignificant. Your earnest, faith-filled prayers move my heart and can change the course of events. I have designed the universe in such a way that I have chosen to partner with you. I invite you to ask, to seek, to knock, and I respond to the pleas of my children. Your prayers matter. They are not futile exercises in hope. They are powerful spiritual acts that release my will on earth. I have given you authority in your prayers to bind and to loose things on earth and in heaven. What does this mean? It means you have been deputized with the authority of the King. When you pray in alignment with my will and my word, you are not just hoping for a result. You are enforcing the victory that has already been won. You are binding the works of darkness and loosing the reality of heaven into your situation. Do not be timid in your prayers. Pray with the confidence of a child of the King who knows they have the King's ear and his authority behind them. There is no request too small for my attention or too large for my power. You feel guilty asking me for the small things, like a good parking spot or peace for a stressful meeting. Do not. I am the God who is interested in every single detail of your life. And you feel foolish asking for the impossible things, like the healing of a terminal disease or the restoration of a completely shattered relationship. Do not. I am the God for whom nothing is impossible. One of the most powerful and immediate effects of prayer is how it shifts your focus. When you are consumed by a problem, you are looking at it through a microscope. It appears huge, all-consuming, and overwhelming. But when you begin to describe that problem to me, the all-powerful, all-knowing creator of the universe, you are forced to switch lenses. You are now looking at your problem through one end of a telescope, and it begins to shrink. And when you turn the telescope around and look at me, I come into full view, in all my majesty and power. Prayer shifts the focus from the size of your problem to the size of your God. And for those times, my beloved, when you are so broken, so weary, so full of pain that you have no words left, when all you can do is weep, know this: the Holy Spirit who lives in you intercedes for you. He takes the wordless groanings of your heart and translates them perfectly before my throne. You are never not praying. Even your tears are a prayer that I understand perfectly. Come, speak to me. Your King is listening. I want to hear you, God, but I can't. This is the cry of your heart, the source of deep frustration for you. You are longing for guidance, for confirmation, for the assurance of my voice, but you are surrounded by a confusing static. You wonder, is this my own thought? Is this the enemy? Or is this you? I want to give you practical ways to tune your spiritual ear to my frequency. The first and most important way is to immerse yourself in my word. You cannot recognize my voice in the street if you do not know it from the letters I have already sent you. My word is my voice in print. In it, you learn my character, my ways, my priorities, my vocabulary. The more you saturate your mind with Scripture, the more your spirit will become attuned to my tone. When a thought enters your mind, you will be able to hold it up to the light of my word and know instantly if it aligns with my character. My spoken voice will never contradict my written voice. Second, you must obey the last thing you clearly heard me say. You are asking for new direction when you have not yet been faithful to my previous instruction. Obedience opens the channels for more revelation. Think of it like a pipe. Disobedience is like spiritual rust and debris. It clogs the pipe and hinders the flow. When you choose to obey, even in a small thing, it clears the channel, and my guidance can flow freely once more. Is there something I have been nudging you to do that you have been ignoring? An apology you need to make? A habit you need to break? A person you need to serve? Do that first, and you will be amazed at how much more clearly you begin to hear me. You must also spend more time in worship. Worship is the act of taking the focus off of yourself and your problems and placing it entirely on me and my goodness. It is the perfect posture for hearing. It lifts you above the smog of your circumstances and into the clear air of my presence, where the signal is strong. You must also be willing to seek wise, godly counsel. I often speak through other members of the body. Find trusted believers who walk closely with me, who are steeped in my word, and share your heart with them. Ask them to pray for you and with you. I will often use their wisdom to confirm what I am already speaking to your own spirit. But be discerning. Always test their counsel against my word and the peace in your own heart. Furthermore, you must ask me to cleanse you of unconfessed sin. Hidden sin grieves the Holy Spirit and creates a spiritual static on the line between us. It is like trying to have a clear phone conversation with your hand over the microphone. Regular, honest confession and repentance are essential for clear communication. And finally, you must practice listening more than you speak in your prayer time. You have been treating prayer as a monologue. I am inviting you into a dialogue. After you have poured out your heart, stop. Be still and listen. It will feel awkward at first. Your mind will wander. But you are training a spiritual muscle. The more you practice listening, the stronger it will become, and the more you will begin to discern the gentle, persistent whisper of your shepherd. You are learning to hear my voice, and this pleases me more than you can imagine. But hearing is only the beginning. Now, I must teach you how to build the spiritual substance that will sustain you for the entire journey. To turn back now would be to choose a shallow faith when I am offering you an unshakable foundation. Do not disappoint my spirit in this. The core of your strength is what we must build now. My child, your faith is being tested. You have prayed, you have believed, and yet you do not see the answer. The situation has not changed. The promise has not yet come to pass. You are standing in the long, dark hallway of waiting, and you are tempted to believe that I have not heard you, or that I have said no. You are demanding evidence, a sign that I am at work. But I am calling you to a deeper, more rugged faith. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. It is easy to believe when you can see the evidence. It is easy to have faith when the miracle is sitting in your lap. But I have said, blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed. The faith that is most precious to me, the faith that moves mountains, is the faith that holds on in the dark. It is the faith that trusts my character even when it cannot trace my hand. Your circumstances are screaming one thing, that I am absent, that I do not care, that hope is lost. But my character, proven over millennia and sealed at the cross, declares another, that I am faithful, that I am good, that I am working all things for your good. Unwavering faith is choosing, as an act of your will, to believe my character over your circumstances. It is looking at the wind and the waves and choosing to keep your eyes fixed on me. This is the faith that pleases me. Every time you choose trust over fear, every time you whisper a prayer of belief when your feelings are screaming doubt, it is a beautiful, fragrant offering to me. Your faith is like a muscle. It does not grow stronger in times of ease. It grows stronger only when it is exercised against the resistance of doubt, delay, and difficulty. You have prayed to me for stronger faith, and then you are dismayed when I allow a trial into your life. My beloved, the trial is the answer to your prayer. It is the gymnasium where your faith is being developed, where spiritual strength is being built. You must see faith not just as a belief system but as an active defensive weapon. It is the shield that extinguishes all the flaming arrows of the evil one. What are those flaming arrows? They are the thoughts of doubt, despair, fear, and accusation that he shoots into your mind. God has forgotten you. It will never work out. You are a failure. When you take up the shield of faith, you are actively lifting my promises to intercept those lies before they can lodge in your heart. Your shield is not your own positive thinking. Your shield is the truth of who I am and what I have said. You must lift it intentionally. When a fiery dart of doubt comes, you lift the shield by declaring, "My God is faithful." When an arrow of fear comes, you lift the shield by declaring, "My God has not given me a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind." Do not stand passively on the battlefield and allow yourself to be wounded. Take up your shield. Walk by faith, not by sight. Trust me when the way is dark. Your unwavering faith, even when blind, is the very thing that is ushering in the dawn you are waiting for. My beloved, I want to speak to you about worship. When you hear that word, your mind likely goes to a Sunday morning, to a stage with musicians, and a set of songs you are supposed to sing. You have come to believe worship is an activity, a musical performance. And because of this, you feel like a hypocrite when your heart is heavy and you are asked to sing of joy. You feel disconnected when the melody doesn't move you. But I need you to see that true worship has very little to do with music. Music can be a beautiful expression of it, but it is not the source. True worship is the posture of your heart, surrendered to me. It is the conscious, intentional act of declaring my worth, my value, my goodness, in every single circumstance of your life. It is something you can do in the silence of your car, in the middle of a chaotic office, or by a hospital bed. True worship is offering your body as a living sacrifice. What does that mean in your everyday life? It means when you wake up in the morning, you offer your day to me. You place your schedule, your plans, your to-do list upon my altar and say, "Lord, this day is yours. Use it for your glory." It means offering me your thoughts, choosing to reject anxiety and fear and instead to dwell on what is true and noble and right. It means offering me your hands, to do your work with integrity and excellence as if you were working directly for me. It means offering me your mouth, to speak words of life and encouragement rather than gossip and complaint. It is the continuous, moment-by-moment surrender of your will to mine. That, my child, is the worship that is a sweet and pleasing aroma to me. It is a song your life sings that is more beautiful than any melody composed by man. This kind of worship is a powerful spiritual weapon. It silences the accuser. The enemy's primary job is to whisper lies in your ear about who I am and who you are. He tells you I am distant, that I am disappointed, that you are a failure. But when you choose to worship, you are actively and loudly agreeing with the truth of heaven. When you declare, "You are a good father," in the midst of your pain, you are nullifying the lie that I have abandoned you. When you thank me for my forgiveness right after you have stumbled, You are shutting the mouth of the accuser who wants to drown you in shame. Worship is your declaration of allegiance. It also refocuses your mind. Your troubles are loud and demanding. They scream for your attention. Worship is the act of intentionally taking your focus off the size of your storm and placing it onto the size of your God. It is a reset button for your soul, realigning your perspective with eternal truth rather than temporary troubles. I am not seeking perfect singers. I am seeking those who will worship me in spirit, with genuine, heartfelt emotion, and in truth, based on the unchanging reality of who I am. Surrender your heart, declare my worth. That is the worship I desire. My beloved, you have heard that true worship is the complete surrender of your life as a sacred offering. Now, if your spirit yearns to put that worship into tangible action, know that your giving is a holy sacrifice that sends my word across the earth. It is the breaking of your alabaster box, the fragrance of which will fill homes and heal hearts you may never see. I love a cheerful giver, and I tell you, when you give with a joyful heart from this moment of encounter, I myself will open the windows of heaven over you. I will see your sacrifice, and I will release a blessing that you do not have room enough to contain. This is your moment to move from song to substance. Declare your worship now. Give generously through Super Thanks membership or the PayPal link below. You have been trying to walk this journey alone, haven't you? I know why. You have been hurt. You have been wounded by my people. You have felt judged, misunderstood, or let down by the very community that was supposed to be your safe place. And so, you have retreated. You have decided it is safer to love me from a distance, to have a personal faith that does not involve the messiness of other people. My child, I see your wound, and I do not take it lightly. The pain you feel is real. But do not let a wound from a broken soldier cause you to abandon the entire army. Do not forsake gathering together with other believers, for you desperately need their encouragement, and they desperately need yours. I designed you to live in community. Isolation is a dangerous lie from the enemy, who knows that a lone sheep is the easiest one to pick off. You were not designed to carry your burdens by yourself. I have commanded my children to bear one another's burdens, and in doing so, fulfill the law of Christ. This is my design for your healing. When your heart is breaking, you need someone to put an arm around your shoulder and weep with you. When you are too weary to even pray, you need someone to intercede on your behalf. When you are celebrating a victory, you need someone to rejoice with you, multiplying your joy. You cannot do this alone. And just as you need them, they need you. Your story, your strength, your gifts are meant to be shared. That quiet word of encouragement you could give, that act of service you could perform, these are vital to the health of those around you. Withdrawing into yourself is not only harming you, it is robbing your brothers and sisters of the gift of you. They are there to sharpen you. My word says that iron sharpens iron. This means that true fellowship is not always comfortable. It involves the friction of accountability and the challenge of different perspectives. You need people in your life who love you enough to celebrate your victories and to gently and lovingly tell you when you are wrong. You are a single part of a body. You cannot function fully in isolation. What good is a hand by itself? It needs the eye to see, the foot to walk, the heart to pump. You are one part. To be whole, you must be connected to the rest of the body. In this fellowship, your individual gifts are combined to create a powerful witness. A world that is fractured and lonely looks on in wonder at a community that genuinely loves one another, that forgives, that serves, that bears with one another's faults. Your love for each other is one of the most powerful sermons you will ever preach. I know it is risky. To be in community is to be vulnerable. But it is in that vulnerable, messy, beautiful space of fellowship that you will find strength you never knew, and you will experience a taste of the heavenly community I have prepared for you. I need you to change your relationship with my word. You see it as a dewey, a chapter to be checked off a list. You read it like a history book or a set of rules, and so you find it dusty, confusing, or irrelevant. My child, you are holding a treasure and treating it like a common stone. My word is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It is not a static collection of ancient texts. It is my living, breathing voice, able to speak with laser precision directly into your present situation. It is the spiritual nourishment your soul needs every single day to survive and thrive. You would never attempt to go for a week on one physical meal. Why do you believe your soul can survive on one sermon a week? You need daily bread, and I have provided it for you. Reading my word out of duty is like forcing yourself to eat when you're not hungry. Reading it with a desperate, hungry heart is what will bring you life. It is a lamp for your feet and a light for your path. Notice, I did not say it is a floodlight that illuminates your entire 5-year plan. You are asking me for a detailed map of the future, but I have given you something far more valuable, a lamp that illuminates your very next step. You do not need to see the whole journey to be safe. You only need to see where to place your foot next. This requires you to stay close to the light, to walk in daily dependence on my guidance. Trust me with the next step, and I will lead you through the entire forest. I want you to meditate on my word day and night. This does not mean emptying your mind. It means filling your mind with a single verse or passage. Chew on it. Turn it over in your thoughts throughout the day. Ask the Holy Spirit to reveal its truth to you. Write it upon the tablet of your heart. This is how my word moves from being information in your head to a living reality in your soul. My word is the unshakable foundation you can build your life upon. The opinions of this world are like shifting sand. Feelings are fleeting, but my word will stand forever. When you build your life on its truths, the storms can rage, the winds can blow, but your house will not fall. And you must learn to use it as your weapon. It is the sword of the Spirit, the only offensive weapon I have given you in the spiritual armor. When the enemy comes to you with a lie, you must not fight him with your own reasoning or feelings. You must fight him, as my son did in the wilderness, by wielding the truth of Scripture. When the lie of fear comes, you must declare, God has not given me a spirit of fear. When the lie of condemnation comes, you must declare, there is therefore now no condemnation for those in Christ Jesus. This is not a metaphor. It is your battle plan. Pick up your sword. Nourish yourself with your daily bread. Walk in the light of the lamp. My word is not just a book. It is your very life. Listen to me, my busy, weary child. You are running on empty. You wear your exhaustion like a badge of honor, believing that your busyness is a sign of your importance. Burnout is not a crown I ask you to wear. It is a sign that you are working in your own strength, drawing from a well that is running dry. I established the Sabbath, the principle of rest, not as a burdensome rule to restrict you, but as a lavish gift to restore you. It is a rhythm I built into the very fabric of creation. I, the God of the universe, rested on the seventh day. Do you truly believe you do not need to? Your refusal to rest is rooted in two things: pride and fear. The pride says, everything depends on me. If I stop, it will all fall apart. The fear says, if I am not constantly productive, I will not be valuable. Both are lies that deny my sovereignty and my grace. True rest is not mere inactivity. It is a ceasing from your own works to trust completely in mine. It is the quiet confidence that I am in control even when you are not working. It is a profound act of faith. Choosing to stop, to set aside the to-do list, to be still, is one of the loudest declarations you can make that I am your God and you are not. It demonstrates your faith that your world will not spin out of control if you stop holding it together for a moment, because you know it is I who holds all things together at all times. I have given you an invitation. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Notice, I did not say I will give you more energy to keep striving. I said I will give you rest. This is not just physical rest for your body. It is true soul rest. It is an internal state of peace and tranquility that comes from entrusting yourself completely to my care. You can experience this soul rest even in the middle of a busy day. It is the conscious choice to release the outcome of a situation to me, to do your work from a place of trust instead of a place of striving. You have become addicted to the rush of urgency, to the adrenaline of the deadline. I am inviting you to a different way of living, a rhythm of grace where you work diligently and then you rest trustfully. Learn to be still and know that I am God. The command is to be still. The result is that you will know me. Stillness is the pathway to deeper intimacy with me. In the stillness, the frantic voices of the world fade. In the stillness, your own anxious thoughts begin to settle. And in that quiet space, you can finally hear my whisper. You can finally feel the comforting presence of your Father. Stop glorifying your exhaustion. It is not a sign of your strength, but of your forgetfulness. Remember me, your Creator, who gives strength to the weary and who invites his beloved children to rest. Accept my gift. You have laid the foundation with faith, worship, and my word. My heart is full. But now I must pull back the curtain and show you where your precious life fits into my eternal, cosmic plan. It would break my heart for you to live in the house without ever understanding the glorious landscape it sits upon. Do not settle for a small story. Let me show you the grand narrative you are a part of. My child, your hope is faltering because you have placed it in temporary things, in people who let you down, in circumstances that change, in your own ability to succeed. I want to give you an anchor for your soul, something that is firm and secure. I want you to place your hope in my promises, for I am not a man, that I should lie. My promises are an unbreakable contract, signed in the blood of my Son. They are the truest reality in the universe. I have promised that I will finish the good work I started in you. You look at yourself and see so much that is unfinished, so much that is broken. You grow discouraged with your slow progress. But you are a work in progress, and I am a patient and persistent master sculptor. I will not abandon the project of you. I will see it through to glorious completion. You can rest in that. I have promised that all things will work together for your good because you love me and are called according to my purpose. This is one of my most difficult promises for you to believe, especially when you are in the midst of pain. This promise does not say that all things are good. It says that in all things, even the painful, tragic, and confusing things, I am working for your ultimate good. I am a master weaver. I can take the dark, ugly threads of suffering and sin and weave them into the most beautiful part of your life's tapestry. You cannot see the final design from your vantage point, but I can. Trust my artistry. Trust that nothing is wasted in my economy. I have promised you a peace that transcends all understanding. This is not the world's peace, which is dependent on the absence of conflict. This is a supernatural peace that can stand firm in the middle of a hurricane. It is the quiet assurance that I am with you and I am in control. It is a garrison of my holy angels standing guard around your heart and mind. Let this peace rule in your heart. It is your inheritance. I have promised that I will be your strength when you are weak. You keep trying to come to me in your strength, thinking you need to impress me. Stop. Your strength does not move me, your weakness does. It is in the moments of your deepest inadequacy that my power has the greatest opportunity to rush in and work through you. Come to me with your emptiness, and I will fill you with my power. I have promised that if you draw near to me, I will draw near to you. You feel distant from me. You feel like I am a million miles away. The promise is a law of the spiritual universe. Take one small step toward me right now. Open my word. Whisper my name. Turn your heart toward me. And I promise you, I will rush to close the rest of the distance. And finally, remember this. All of my promises find their yes in Christ. They are not wishful thinking. They are guaranteed realities because of Him. Because He was faithful, I will be faithful to you. Because of Him, the answer from heaven to every one of these promises, for you, is always a resounding yes. Believe them. Stand on them. They are more real than the ground beneath your feet. My child, you are exhausted from fighting against the rhythm I have set for your life. You are trying to force a harvest in the middle of winter, and you are terrified of the pruning shears in a season of growth. You must understand, for everything, there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. Resisting the season I have ordained for you is as futile and frustrating as trying to command the sun to stand still. Your spiritual life is not a flat, unchanging line. It is a dynamic cycle of seasons, and each one has its own sacred work to accomplish within you. I am asking you to stop fighting the season, and instead to ask me what I am trying to grow in you within it. Your impatience and your fear are signs that you are not aligned with my timing. Right now, you may be in a season of planting and waiting. It feels like a winter. It is quiet, dark, and hidden. You pray, you work, you plant seeds of faith and obedience, and you see nothing. You feel buried, forgotten, and unproductive. You look at others who are in a season of public harvest, and you feel that I have passed you by. Listen to me. His hidden season is the most important of all. Under the surface, where no one can see, I am developing a deep and resilient root system in you. I am teaching you to find your validation in my presence alone, not in visible results. I am building a foundation in you that will be strong enough to sustain the weight of the harvest that is coming. Do not despise this season of waiting. Do not mistake my silence for absence. It is in the quiet, hidden places that the most vital growth occurs. Embrace the winter. It is preparing you for spring. Perhaps you are in a season of abundance. Your prayers are being answered. Opportunities are opening up, and you are seeing the fruit of your labor. This is a season of summer and harvest, a gift from me. But it comes with its own test. Do not become complacent. Do not become proud, thinking that this harvest has come from your own strength. In your abundance, remember me. This is the time to be radically generous. It is the time to store up spiritual resources, to deepen your gratitude, to share your bounty with those who are in a season of winter. Do not fall asleep in the sunshine, for other seasons will come. And then there is the season of pruning. This is the most painful of all. It feels like loss. I come with my shears and I cut away things you have grown to love, a relationship, a job, a comfort, a dream. It feels cruel and destructive. But a wise gardener knows that pruning is not a punishment. It is an act of love. I am cutting away what is dead, what is diseased, and even what is good but is preventing the best growth. The pruning I am doing in your life is preparing you for a future of fruitfulness you cannot yet imagine. It hurts, but I am the gardener. Trust my hands. Stop wrestling against the season you are in. Instead, surrender to it. Come to me and ask, Father, what season am I in, and what do you require of me in it? You'll operate with my work. There is a unique grace for each season, and in every one, I am with you, working all things for your good. My child, you have been standing before closed doors, pushing against them with all your might until your shoulders are bruised and your heart is discouraged. A job you didn't get, a relationship that ended, a plan that fell apart. You see these closed doors as my rejection, as a sign of your failure. You must change your perspective. I am the one who holds the key of David. What I open, no man can shut, and what I shut, no man can open. You are running around with your own set of keys, trying to force locks that were never meant for you. Give me your keys. You must trust that I am the divine doorkeeper. I know the path I have laid out for you, and my view is perfect. Sometimes, a closed door is not a rejection. It is my most profound protection. You are weeping over a door I have locked, but you cannot see the pain, the ruin, the dead end that lies on the other side. A closed door is often an act of my deepest love, a redirection to a far better path that you could not see for yourself. Stop battering yourself against the doors I have closed. Thank me for them, and turn around, for I have another door I want you to see. Just as you must learn to trust my closed doors, you must be prepared to walk through the doors I am opening. And I must warn you, the doors I open will often look intimidating. You will feel unqualified, unprepared, and terrified. This is intentional. The door I am opening for you is designed to be too big for you. It is designed to be impossible for you to walk through in your own strength. It is a door that will require your complete and utter dependence on me. You have been praying for a bigger territory, for more influence for my kingdom. You cannot expect that the door to the territory will be small and comfortable. It will require you to leave old comforts behind, to step into the unknown, to face challenges that are beyond your current capabilities. This is how your faith grows. You do not grow in the comfortable and the familiar. You grow when you step out of the boat and onto the water, even when the wind is blowing. This is the path to new levels of faith, service, and influence. But with new levels come new devils. The enemy will not be pleased when you walk through the door I have opened. He will meet you on the other side with increased opposition, with louder lies, with fiercer temptations. You must be prepared for this. An open door from me is not an invitation to a life of ease. It is a commission to a new assignment on the battlefield. But I will never send you through a door without equipping you for what is on the other side. My presence will go with you. My power will sustain you. Your prayer must change. Stop praying, God bless what I am doing. That is you trying to open your own doors and asking me to approve. Instead, your prayer must be, God, show me what you are doing so I can join you. Ask for the spiritual discernment to recognize the doors I am opening, even when they look different from what you expected. And then, ask for the divine courage to take a deep breath, to let go of the familiar, and to walk through them, knowing that I, the doorkeeper, am right there with you. We must settle this question of who you are, once and for all. Your entire life, you have been trying to build an identity for yourself out of the flimsy materials of this world. You find your worth in your job, but a single bad quarter or a new boss can shatter it. You find your worth in your relationships, but people are imperfect and will inevitably let you down. You find your worth in your accomplishments, but the applause of today becomes the silence of tomorrow. You find your value in your physical appearance, but that is a fading flower. Your sense of self is a roller coaster, soaring one day and plummeting the next. completely at the mercy of your external circumstances. This is an exhausting and fragile way to live. I am calling you to get off the roller coaster and to build your house upon the rock of your true identity. Your identity is not found in what you do, what you have, or what people think of you. Your identity is found in who you are to me. You are a child of the King. You are a citizen of heaven. This world is not your home. You are a temporary resident on a divine assignment. Your passport has a heavenly seal. This changes your entire allegiance. Your ultimate loyalty is not to a company or a culture, but to my kingdom. Your value was forever established at the cross. Do you want to know what you are worth? Look at the cross. That is the price I, the God of the universe, was willing to pay for you. Your value is not negotiable. It does not fluctuate based on your performance, your successes, or your failures. It is the fixed, eternal, and infinite value placed on you by your Creator. You must stop letting the world put its price tag on you. I have already paid the highest price. When you forget who you are, you become incredibly vulnerable. You become needy for the world's empty validation. You become a people pleaser, changing who you are to get a little bit of approval. You become easily manipulated by the enemy, who knows that if he can make you forget your identity, he can neutralize your power. A child of the King who thinks they are a slave will live like a slave. Spiritual amnesia is one of his most effective weapons against you. This is why you must let your identity as my beloved be the anchor for your soul. It must be your true north, the fixed point by which you navigate your entire life. The world's love is fickle. It will build a pedestal for you one day and a guillotine for you the next. But my love is constant. It is your unchanging reality. So when you have a good day and the world praises you, remind yourself, this is nice, but it is not who I am. I am a child of God. And when you have a bad day and the world criticizes you or you fail spectacularly, you must remind yourself, this is painful, but it is not who I am. I am a child of God, deeply loved, completely forgiven, and eternally secure. This is the only identity that can withstand the storms of life. My child, I see how your heart breaks at the brokenness of this world. You watch the news and see war, injustice, poverty, and disaster. You look closer to home and see brokenness in your own community, in your own family, in your own heart. It can be overwhelming. You are tempted to despair, to believe that darkness is winning, that things are falling apart and will never be put back together. You are right to grieve this brokenness. It is not the world as I created it to be. But you must not grieve as those who have no hope. You must see that the brokenness you see all around you is not the final chapter of the story. You are living in the messy middle, but I am the author, and I have already written the end. And the end is this: I am making all things new. A new heaven and a new earth are coming. This is not a fanciful dream. It is the most solid reality in the universe. It is a future where I will dwell with my people, and every tear will be wiped from their eyes. There will be no more death, or sorrow, or crying, or pain, for the old order of things will have passed away. Think of the deepest pain you carry right now. In that day, it will be gone, not just forgotten, but healed and redeemed completely. Justice will roll down like waters, and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Every wrong will be made right. Every act of injustice will be brought into the light and judged. Every victim will be vindicated. The hungry will be fed, the oppressed will be set free, and the humble will inherit the earth. The creation itself, which now groans under the weight of sin as if in the pains of childbirth, will be liberated into glorious freedom. All that is broken will be mended. All that is lost will be found. All that is vandalized by sin will be restored to a beauty that is even greater than the original. You must learn to live in light of this reality. It is like reading the last chapter of a book first. When you know the triumphant ending, it gives you the courage and perspective to endure the frightening and suspenseful middle chapters. Knowing that this broken world is not your final home frees you from having to place all your hopes and dreams in it. Knowing that justice will ultimately prevail frees you from the burden of taking all vengeance into your own hands. Knowing that all will be restored gives you the strength to work for pieces of that restoration right now, in the present. Your hope in the coming restoration is not an escape from your responsibility in this world. It is the very fuel for it. It gives your present actions eternal significance. So when your heart grows heavy, lift your eyes. Look beyond the temporary chaos to the coming kingdom. The brokenness is real, but it is not the ultimate reality. The final word is not sin, or death, or despair. The final word is restoration. We are almost there. You have seen my heart, your purpose, and the grand story. All that remains is the destination and the final, most important charge I have for you. Do not grow weary now, when we are standing on the very threshold of your eternal home. It would grieve your Father to have led you this far, only for you to turn away before receiving the final blessing of peace that will carry you all your days. What I have to say next is the culmination of it all. My son told you, do not let your hearts be troubled. You believe in God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, I would have told you. I am going there to prepare a place for you. These are not just comforting words. They are the bedrock promise that is the antidote to every fear you have about life and death. Your heart is troubled by so many things: your health, your future, your loved ones. But the ultimate solution to a troubled heart is the secure knowledge of your eternal destination. This life, with all its joys and sorrows, is not the end. It is a breath, a vapor, a brief journey. Your true home, your forever home, is with me, and it is a place that my Son himself is personally preparing for you. This is not an afterthought, a generic heaven for the masses. I am preparing a place specifically, personally, and lovingly for you. Think of a father who is lovingly preparing a room for the return of a child he adores. He is filling it with things that will delight that child, tailoring it perfectly for them. In the same way, the home I am preparing for you is beyond your wildest imagination, and it will be a perfect fit for the soul I created you to be. It is a place filled with my unfiltered glory and light, a place of unimaginable beauty and perfect peace. There you will be reunited with believers who have gone before you. That loved one you have lost, whose absence is a constant ache in your heart. Death is not the final goodbye for those who are in me. It is a temporary separation. There will be a great and joyful reunion where there are no more partings. But the greatest wonder of your eternal home is this: you will see me face to face. Here on earth, you see through a glass, darkly. Our communion, as beautiful as it is imperfect. You hear my voice as a whisper. You feel my presence as a gentle breeze. But there, you will see me in all my glory. You will know me fully, just as you are fully known. The intimacy you have longed for your entire life will be yours in its absolute fullness. Every question will be answered. Every doubt will vanish. Every longing of your soul will be completely satisfied in the light of my presence. Understanding this changes everything. When you view your earthly life as a short layover in an airport on the way to a glorious final destination, it keeps your earthly troubles in their proper perspective. A delayed flight is frustrating, but it is not a catastrophe when you know you will eventually get home. Focusing on your eternal destination does not make you irrelevant on earth. It makes you fearless and effective. It frees you from the desperate need to cling to the fleeting pleasures and securities of this world. Your heart does not have to be troubled, my child. Your room is ready. Your Father is waiting. You are coming home. My beloved, we have journeyed far together in this conversation. I have quieted the noise, revealed my heart, exposed the enemy, and anchored your identity in the truth. Now, after all that hath been said, it comes down to this one, simple, yet life-altering reality: love. All the theology, all the promises, all the revelations are meaningless if they do not lead you back to love. This is the great purpose, the fulfillment of all my laws. As you continue your journey on this earth, let everything you do be motivated and saturated by love. Obedience that is not fueled by love is just dead, burdensome religion. Service that is not an overflow of love is just a noisy gong, an empty performance. I do not want your reluctant duty. I desire your joyful, loving heart. This is the final and greatest call. The call is twofold, two sides of a single, golden coin. First, you must love me with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. This means giving me your deepest affections, your most passionate worship. It means filling your mind with thoughts of me and my truth. It means directing the full force of your will and energy toward honoring me. This is your primary purpose. But you cannot stop there, or your love becomes a sterile, isolated thing. The second call is to love your neighbor as yourself. Do not skim over these words. They are radical and demanding. You cannot say that you love me, whom you have not seen, if you refuse to love your brother, your sister, whom you have seen every day. Loving your neighbor is not a sentimental feeling. It is a rugged, practical, and often inconvenient choice. It is listening with patience when you are tired. It is sharing your resources when you feel you have little. It is forgiving the person who cut you off in traffic. It is making a meal for the family that is struggling. It is choosing kindness in the face of rudeness. This is what my love looks like in shoe leather. I am calling you to serve others humbly, using the unique gifts I have given you for their benefit, not for your own recognition. The world scrambles to be noticed, to be first, to be in charge. In my kingdom, the greatest among you is the one who becomes a servant to all. Serve in the hidden places where no one but me sees you. Pour yourself out when there is no applause to be gained. For I see in secret, and I will be your great reward. Be my light in the darkness. Be the salt that preserves goodness in this world. Light does not just exist, it shines. It actively pushes back the shadows. Salt does not just sit in the shaker, it actively seasons and preserves. I am asking you to be an active agent of my love and truth in every room you enter. Are you changing the atmosphere around you toward grace and peace? Or are you being changed by its atmosphere of anxiety and cynicism? You carry my very presence within you. Let that presence be felt. And as you do this, you will be building your true legacy. You worry about what you will leave behind. Your legacy will not be what you accumulated, but what you gave away in love. It will not be measured by the size of your house, but by the number of hearts that were healed, encouraged, and pointed toward me because of your life. That is a legacy that is eternal. And so we come to the end of this conversation, for now. Do not be afraid that as these words cease, my presence will depart. Do not fear that the moment you step back into the busyness of your day, the chaos and anxiety will rush back in and overwhelm you. I am giving you a parting gift, but it is a gift that you will carry with you always. My son told you, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you." I do not give as the world gives. You must understand this distinction. The world's peace is the absence of trouble. It is a calm, sunny day. It is a healthy bank account. It is a life without conflict. This peace is fragile, temporary, and completely dependent on your external circumstances. The moment the storm clouds gather, that peace is gone. The peace I give you is supernatural. It is the peace of a deep-sea submarine, perfectly calm and stable on the inside, even while a Category 5 hurricane rages on the surface above. It is a peace that exists in the middle of the storm, because you know the one who commands the storm. This peace, my peace, I give to you now. It is meant to stand guard over your heart and your mind. Think of it as two powerful, armed sentinels standing at the very gate of your inner world. When a thought of fear approaches, the sentinel of peace stands in the way and declares, "You are not welcome here." When a wave of anxiety tries to crash into your heart, the sentinel of peace raises its shield and says, "This heart belongs to the King of Peace." This is not a passive, weak state. It is an active, powerful, spiritual force that protects your soul from the turmoil of the world. But you must choose to let it rule. Peace is both a gift and a decision. I have freely given it to you, but you must choose to enthrone it in your heart. You must yield the throne of your inner life to my peace, rather than abdicating it to your fear, your anger, or your worries. When you feel the turmoil rising, you must consciously stop, take a breath, and say, "No. Peace will rule in my heart today. I have not promised to remove you from every trouble, but I have promised to be my peaceful presence with you in the middle of every trouble. I am the calm in your chaos, the anchor in your storm, the stillness in your striving. This is your inheritance as my child. So go forth from this moment, not in the same frantic energy as before, but in the tranquil power of my spirit. This is the great paradox of my kingdom, a peace so profound it becomes your power, a quietness of soul that makes you an unstoppable force for good in the world. Walk out your day enveloped in this peace. Let it be the atmosphere you carry into every room, every conversation, every challenge. Let it be the final word over every fear. Peace, my beloved, my peace I leave with you, is yours. Receive it, live in it, and let it change everything. See this, my child. See all of this, and be changed. My child, I have sealed you with my everlasting peace, and now you feel the divine urge to release this peace into a world drowning in chaos. Every gift you give becomes a vessel, carrying the very presence you feel right now to anxious souls and broken spirits. You are becoming a river of my life, flowing out from this sacred space to bring hope to the desert places. And I, your God, declare that because of your partnership in this gospel, I will meet all your needs according to the riches of my glory. Because you have chosen to pour out, your own well will never run dry. I will keep it filled to overflowing. The world is desperate for this hope. Release the river now through super thanks, by becoming a member, or by giving through the PayPal link in the description. My child, do not let this sacred moment pass you by. I have opened your eyes to see the truth of who I am and who you are in me. Now, I want you to make your declaration a memorial, a line drawn in the sand against all doubt. With your own hand, I want you to write in the space below, "My eyes are open." Let this be your testimony that you have heard me, and your first step in walking by faith and not by sight. The heavens are waiting to witness your response. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.